Hello, hello, hello. It has been a minute since I've done one of these. I have been in a very, very weird headspace. I have not wanted to kind of be live. It required way more spoons than I had in reserve, but I think I finally turned the corner on that. So, excited to be back with y'all for the first time in couple months. I think I sprinted once in February, and I started the Library of the Unwritten and ended up DNFing that, and that was the only time I sprinted, I think, since January. So really has been a hot minute. I'm hoping I'm going to be more consistent with the sprinting because I have missed sprinting with you all and how much I accomplished when I sprint. But if you've never hosted sprints before, it is exceptionally draining. Like, it seems simple until you do it, and then you realize just how much it takes out of you. And just, existing as a human being has been exceptionally hard. So, very, very happy to kind of feel like I'm coming out of that. I've mentioned it, I think, in my vlogs. So if you've watched those, you kind of know that I've been in a weird headspace, and I feel like I'm finally coming out of that. So hopefully you'll get to see a little bit more from me. Hello, Nicole. Yeah, I am too. It's been so awful. Like, my head's been so awful, and I've just missed feeling like, normal, regular, just chill. Although I have lurked in your sprints. I haven't said anything because I've been, like I said, in a really weird headspace and quiet and stuff. So I haven't been talking, but I've been around, and we have a visitor. She's like, you all are here to see me, right? You missed me, right? She's really funny because I've had counseling, and she comes over like I'm talking to you all when I'm, doing counseling. Yes, Cielo, they're very happy to see you. They've missed you. Hello, everyone. Glad things are going better for you. Yeah. It's nice to see everybody. I was like, I hope everybody's like gonna be excited and didn't like just move on from my sprints because I have really, really missed it. And now the phone is ringing. Oh, good. It's Spam Risk. I'm sure we're going to answer that one. Yes, we're one of the people that actually still have a house phone. Right, Cielo? Yeah. She's like, I'm going to stick my tail in your face. That's cool, right? Hi. What are you doing? Oh! You're such a good girl. Yes. You love to see the kitties. You haven't been getting tons of that in B-roll, I'll be honest. Between the critters coming out for spring and the fact that I've just fallen into puzzles lately, you've had a lot of different B-roll. Whether you've seen that or not, I don't know. But I can tell you that I've had critters and puzzles have been a lot of my B-roll lately. So you have left giant chunks of fur. I need to brush you. They're all shedding their winter coats. So like you pet them and it's like fur everywhere. It's just lovely. Cielo is like, it has been too long. I must get in front of the camera. Yes. And a bunch of you commented at the same time, so it jumps. Because you said hello first, Omi. Hello, Omi. Hi, Lily. What is everybody planning on working on today? And yes, it really, really is. Like I said, she's been hopping up when I'm talking to my counselor to go, I've missed you. And I'm like, that is not the people. That is my counselor. Also, they love this. They absolutely love this. So it was a great investment. The little one next to my desk, they sharpen their claws on it, but it has basically become a dumping ground for books. Like right now it's holding A Crystal of Time, Valor, and the Ocean Squid Explorers Club. And an empty box of tissues that I'm using as a garbage can. You're trying to finish The Lost Apothecary by Sarah Penner. Nice. Omi really liked The Lost Apothecary. I hope you're enjoying it. I think I liked that one when I read it. I don't remember much about it now, but I think I liked it when I read it. you're working on your April TBR. I just finished editing my Roll of Reads vlog, so I want to watch that back so I can get that uploaded so y'all can have that tomorrow. And then I'm going to work towards finishing my pages that I need to read. Because, let me see. Assuming I actually have the mathing right, I need to read 725 pages a day to finish my April TBR. And if you all have seen my phase 10 video, you know why that is just not great. So, I mean, I made a good start. Before bed, I read the entirety of this, and this was 296 pages. Although I think I had it marked as 3 something on my thing, because sometimes I do it based on what the library says it is, not the actual book itself. Let me see, where is it? Yeah, the library said it was 306 pages. So I have technically read 306 pages of my 725, even though that wasn't 306 pages. So I think my plan is to finish, that's backwards, the Ocean Squid Explorers Club. How many pages do I have left in that? Because I was partway through that. This is a rollover. I have 197 pages left there, so that would give me another 200. So I would be at 506. And then I think, where is that? Yeah. I think I'll try to read The Secret Language of Birds, because those are the last 2 of my 5-star predictions, and I want that vlog to go out on Friday. So if I finish this and read The Secret Language of Birds, I can get that out, like, read, and then fill my thoughts and edit that for Friday. Washing my hair, getting some stuff done, hopefully reading. I had to wash my hair on Sunday, and it was miserable. I cannot stand washing my hair. It is the bane of my existence. Because I'll take it down. Do you see how long my hair is right now? And my hair is so thick that it is just a pain to wash. And of course, I believe from about here down is bleached. So it is a pain to wash. I hate it. But I'm not quite ready to cut it yet because I don't know what I want to do. Like, I definitely am to the point where I'm ready to cut it because it is too long. There's too much of it. I'm annoyed with it. And you can see it's doing this like nice poofy thing, which I think is from the bleaching. So I'm not thrilled as it does whatever it wants, which is why I wear my hair up a lot of the times, because I tend to play with it and then it looks silly. Actually make me, no, that's going to make, that made me disappear completely. Hang on. There we go. Let's swap that there. So like, look at, there's so much of it. It's like, I don't remember the last time I had my hair this long. So it's kind of crazy. And I like being that direction. And look at how bright this blue is. Like, I had rainbow hair and there's still like slight hints of red that you can kind of see, especially if I'm outside. But somehow the green faded into blue, the blue faded into blue, and the purple faded into blue. I don't understand. It's like bright. Like, you would think I had recently dyed this. I haven't dyed this since the end of January. So I cannot wait till next week. Next Monday I have a hair appointment and I'm planning on adding purple and pink to this mess because like I'm stuck with blue. So I'm going to add blue there, but I'm planning on adding purple and pink too. And kind of going for like a galaxy hair effect. So we'll see how that turns out. I think, definitely pink. I could see me not doing the purple because the purple's just going to fade to blue. But at some point I need to cut my hair because there's just too much of it. I just don't know what I want to cut it to. So, but I want it short too because do you know how much easier it is to wash short hair? It's just such an easier process. And like, I don't really wear it down. Like I'm even starting to sleep with it up because I've noticed that when I sleep with it down, I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm drowning in hair. Very annoying. You're finishing up some work, then dying to start the Well of Ascension. That was so good. I mean, there is no way I could have read The Hero of Ages in April because I have the Most of Valor, All of Ruin, A Memory of Light, and Painted Devils I want to get to in April. And I have Holy Terrors requested from the library. So I'm like, there's just no way, none, that I would be able to read another adult chunky fantasy. Like, just not. But the way the Well of Ascension ended, I'm mad that it wasn't May so that I could pick up the Hero of Ages. Lily said, thank you, Omi, and that you're loving it. You have about 180 pages left. Well, hopefully these sprints can help you. Hi, Sue, Omi, Lily, and Cielo. Yes. Cielo has gone into Cube. You can't see her because she's a big black void and a big black void. But I promise you, she's there. Bugsy's in my bed. And Omi said hi to Nicole. And you said, haha, I know why. And I have no idea at this point what that's in reference to. Because I've talked too much. And that was a few minutes ago that you said that. You're listening to the Compton Cowboys and just started My Boss is the Devil #1. Nice. Hopefully you can make some good progress today. And Sue said hi to Nicole. It's gotten long and grows fast. It does. My hair grows exceptionally fast. So, like, it's both a blessing and a curse. Because, like, it's great when you're trying to grow your hair out and your hair grows fast. But when you don't want your hair to keep growing because there's so much of it, it's a pain in the butt. I just don't know what I want to do for short hair. That's my problem. Because I don't know how to style my hair. So, like, I get my hair cut and it's just like, well, I'm stuck with that. And most of the time I feel like my haircuts end up too feminine and make me feel uncomfortable. So it's really, really hard because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm shaving my head as soon as my husband is too old to care. I would miss my hair. I like playing with my hair. So I would miss my hair. I mean, I don't have a problem doing it. I've always said, like, if somebody in my life had, like, cancer and were losing their hair and needed to buzz their hair, I would buzz my hair with them, like, no problem. It's just hair. But, like, at the same time, I don't know that I would want, like, I don't know that that's my preferred hairstyle, but oh my goodness, can you imagine how much easier it would be to wash your hair if you didn't have any? Ugh. It's making me want short hair. Like, I've had short hair in the past, obviously. Anybody who's followed me for a hot second knows I've had short hair. Because it's documented all over my channel. But this is one of my favorite ones. Like, I just love that picture of me, in general. And that's right around the time I did, my OG rainbow hair. Which, like, I'm sure you've all seen that because that's been my profile picture a bunch. But that was like, so that was November 21st and the first picture was September. So that's like 2 months later that I did the rainbow hair. And that's kind of what it looked like from the side. You can see I had some black in there. So I'm kind of tempted to do something like that because it's still long enough on the top that I can pull up the top. I won't be able to do this because I won't have the black in my hair, but it led some to creative things. And I did like little pin curls and it created this giant massive curls on the top of my head, which I kind of liked because it was like a way to get my hair out of my face without putting it up in a ponytail and creating that tension on my head. So I have some options, although I would probably go shorter if I did the top like on the sides and stuff because I've buzzed that and I do like that a little bit shorter now. You were going to say it grows too fast. It does. I like the way I look with long hair. It's just a pain in the butt to upkeep, and there's just so much of it. And then sometimes, like I said, with my long hair, I sometimes feel like it makes me look more feminine than I like. And that can really trigger my gender dysphoria. So I really, really struggle with that. You do wonder about the color. Yeah, I haven't colored my hair, but you would think I dyed it blue. It really is bluing. That's an idea. I mean, I definitely can see the appeal of that. Like when Paige buzzed hers off for like she did like a donation thing. I was like so jealous because Like, she's sitting there and I'm watching all this hair fall, and then she's going like this over her head, and I'm going, oh, I miss that feeling. I love the feeling of just sitting there, because I would buzz this part, of just running my hand back and forth over the buzz bit. I have all of Valor and all of Ruin. Haha. I've accepted Ruin will not happen. I'm on page 164 of Valor. So, like I said, I have most of Valor. Oh, you know what? Yeah, my face 10. I mean, if you look at the board, there's kind of a hint there by the lack of, cards. Hi all, I'm here, but we'll probably only be lurking. Well, we're glad to have you stop in and at least say hi, Phoenix. Your hair is past your butt. I need to. I've never had hair that long. I think I got most of the way down my back when I was like 17, and I donated it. And I remember getting to the point where I told my mom, I'm like, okay, we need to go this week. We need to go this week, or you're going to come in my room and I'm going to have taken scissors to my hair because I cannot handle it anymore. And that was the first time I went like short. Because usually I would have gone like shoulder length, but that time I had like a shorter cut. And then I went through a phase in my 20s where I got like I did the shorter hair, and I did if y'all have ever seen Once Upon a Time, the actress that played Snow White, Jennifer Goodwin, I loved her haircut, and I got something similar to that for a while. And it was really fun because I'd like wake up in the morning and it would be sticking up all over the place, which was always fun. And I would be sitting there like reading for school and just playing and running my fingers through my hair. Like, I constantly have my hands in my hair. It is a sensory thing. And it is really, really hard to do when it's this long because your hands just get tangled in it. And of course, like I said, half of it is bleached. So I'm ready to, like, I'm gonna stick with it for a couple more months so that I can do one more fun color thing. And then I think that'll give me a little bit of time to really think about what I want to do for the short hair and give me time to like cut it off when it gets, warm, because it's not quite there yet. I've missed everybody too. You haven't missed anything, Phoenix. I haven't been sprinting. I've sprinted once since January. So you didn't miss anything. And Omi is happy to have you looking. Okay. I believe I'm caught up on comments now. So I'm going to kick off our first sprint so we can actually get some stuff done, because we have been talking for like 18 minutes now. So I'm kicking off our first sprint, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I got my video watched and it is now uploading on my channel, so y'all should have a video tomorrow. And I picked up the Ocean Squid Explorers Club, and I think I read like 12 pages, so progress. Let's see. Lily gave us some emojis as we went into the sprint. Amanda showed up and said hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm reading Stephen King's collection of short stories titled Night Shift. Well, I hope you're enjoying them, Viviana. Oh, I was going to share in the Discord, but got distracted. The oldest kiddo and I are going to be starting Into the Wild today. We'll be doing about 3 chapters a day. Hopefully, that is super exciting. Feel free to hop in the channel on my Discord and let us know your guys' thoughts as you're reading through it. I love that series, and I'm having such a fun time rereading it. I've got book 4 right here, so very excited. Amongst the pile. These two I have to shelve. I haven't done that yet. These are part of my TBR. That is all on Haul Books that I'm running out of places to put. I unhauled a few last night as I was shelving things that I don't think I'm going to read again, so it makes more sense to pass them on. Ended up getting distracted by kids quite a few times, but managed to read 33 pages of your current manga read. Nice. You did some speed shopping as Old Navy is having a 50% off sale. That's a good deal. I forgot I needed to do laundry, but I still read a little over a chapter in my book. Sounds like a productive sprint. I'm just doing random stuff in the background while listening to Cory Booker's Marathon on the Senate floor. I've been keeping tabs on that. I haven't watched it, but I've been keeping tabs on that. And it's nice to see somebody doing something. So props to him. It's very nice to see some, people taking it seriously and starting to use what power they do have. You'll definitely be sharing your thoughts. You're super excited for it, especially since this will be your first buddy read that isn't me reading it to him. Nice. That is exciting. Work is dragging, but you got some more done. See progress. We like progress here. I just need to get a lot of reading done. And then if I get my reading done and hit my 700 pages, I want to go back to editing. Because I want to be caught up by the end of April. I want to be caught up and not, so far behind and everything. Although I thought I did a decent job, given that I had extra vlogs. Because my middle grade March vlog went out, my Galaxy-a-thon vlog went out, and my Roll of Reads vlog is now ready to go out, which means I have the last 2 full weeks of March and then the last 3 days. So not awful for me. But I do have my January haul and my February haul that I need to edit and upload. I filmed it. And then I need to film and edit and upload my March haul. What else do I have to do in April? Obviously, my 5-star vlog. And then I'm going to do 5-star predictions. And then I'm going to have May anticipated reads. Which just leaves me with 1 5 on Friday video that I haven't planned yet. So, don't know what I'm going to do for that. And then, book club is taken care of, so I don't need to do that this month. No readathon announcement for Face Out, so I don't need to do that. Although, since y'all are here, a tease, I am planning a readathon in May. It's just not a phase out readathon. So I need to kind of finalize all of that and, film an announcement video. Oh, and I might do a stat check-in and let you know how I'm doing on like my series-a-thon boards and my A to Z board and my 25 and 25 and my goals, stuff like that. Haven't decided yet. You're so far behind on watching videos, so don't be surprised to get comments from me from videos from weeks ago. Omi just did that, so I'm kind of used to it. Although the fun thing is I was telling Omi would comment something, I'd be like, I have no idea what this is in reference to. I filmed this so long ago and have watched so much of myself since then that I legitimately don't remember what you're talking about, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're way behind on your videos, all booktube videos by at least a month. I dip in and out of watching videos. Like, I'm pretty good about watching TBRs. Everything else can be hit or miss depending on how, like, engaged I am in the content. Like, for instance, Becca's Shelvert or Scrap It, I almost always watch the moment she posts it, like, that day. That's a video that always gets me. I've been watching a lot of those just because it's interesting to see how people are going about it and what experience they're finding with trying to catch up on their various books. I'm trying to think of other videos that, like, I consistently watch. My problem is that, one, I have a couple of political channels I follow, and I try to stay up to date on that because I want to know what's going on. 2, I watch a lot of Blood on the Clocktower videos, and I like to lose myself in those. And 3, I've been into puzzles lately, and I had this channel come up. It's called, I think it's called Karen Puzzles, and I've been really enjoying watching her do puzzles. So, BookTube has kind of taken a backseat a little bit. Same Phoenix. My watch later is scary to think about because there's so many videos from everyone. I get to the point where I'm like, I just need to clear this out because now I'm overwhelmed and I don't want to watch anything. So I'm not always great at watching other people's content on a consistent basis. You've done it. You have. And I think I told you one day, I'm like, you commented something and I'm like, I have no idea what Ciela did in this video, but I'm glad you enjoyed seeing her. You were excited for, well, you know about it. I have mentioned it in the Discord. So if you've been in my Discord and you were paying attention, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm planning on doing it in May. I guess I need to try to catch up to my TBR this month. So whatever you have cooking can have my undivided attention. I mean, I can let you know what I'm doing. We've talked about it, Omi. So you should know. Thankfully, I only have a handful of booktubers I watch every video of, you being one of them. But I love TBRs and I'm trying to watch more wrap-ups. So right now, there's many more. I tend to not watch wrap-ups because I get bored. I'm more likely to watch a reading vlog. I'm very good, like I said, about watching TBRs. But I also like to follow people that play TBR games, and I find it fascinating to see all of the interesting and creative ways we've come up with choosing our TBRs. And especially if it's a TBR game like mine, where, like, it can sometimes go a little bit out of your control. So I have fun on those. It depends on the content too. Like, for instance, I watch less of Gavin now that he's not reading as much middle grade because the stuff he is choosing to read is less of stuff I'm into. So as much as I like Gavin, I struggle sometimes with watching his content because it doesn't keep me engaged because I'm not into Stephen King or I'm not into whatever weird romance he's reading because I don't read a lot of romances. So I have some people I follow where I like some of their content, but it depends on what they're specifically reading, because if they're reading stuff that I'm really not into, I'm going to be less likely to watch their videos because it's just not going to be appealing to me when I have, 50 other videos I could be watching that are more interesting because it jives with what I am into, whether that be Blood on the Clocktower or puzzling or whatever. I actually like most likely to watch those types of unhaul videos and TBR videos, no hauls. I watch a lot of political stuff since it's kind of my thing, and that's been a big part of my focus lately. Unhauls can be fun. I hate filming them, which is why you don't get them from me, because I hate filming them, and I feel like at least for me, I feel like I'm repetitive, because it's like, we'll take, or I could throw them on the floor. That'll also work. I was just going to try to grab a handful. So, for instance, this is Lenny's Book of Everything. I gave it like 3.75 stars. I enjoyed it, but it's not one I could see myself rereading. Then we have The Marvelers, which I enjoyed, but I can't see myself rereading, and I think it's better to put in the hand of middle graders. Then we have The Forbidden Library, which I reread, and didn't enjoy as much as I did the first time, so I decided to unhaul it. I have Robin Silver and Emily Winsnap, which I tried in a try a chapter vlog. It wasn't a vlog, a 5 on Friday, and I decided I wasn't interested in them, so I unhauled them. And it feels like I get repetitive because it's like, well, I either hated this and decided I'd unhauled it, decided I didn't want to read this and I unhauled it, or I read this and I decided I wasn't going to reread it, so I unhauled it. So to me, it feels very repetitive, and then I have to watch myself as I'm editing it, and then I have to watch it for a third time back, and I'm like, I can't be bothered. You love watching Karen puzzles. This is the first puzzler I've ever started watching, and she came up on my channel, and it's just completely made me want to do puzzles. I don't think I could ever do it like she does because I don't want to do them as quickly. Like, I think it's cool seeing how fast people can do puzzles, but it's not really something I would enjoy. But it's fun watching somebody else do it. LOL, my brain totally just remembered. I know what it is. You do. We've talked about it. Wow, good job, me. Yeah. You had a brain fart. It's fine. I adore vlogs. I just can't look them up to find more because they're so long and take up too much time with just who I tend to watch already. Again, my vlogs depend on the person and what they're reading. I dip in and out of those depending on my mood. When I say unhauls, I mostly mean, oh good, I'm awake, I promise. I have like 16 alarms on my phone because I've been napping so much with the depression kicking my butt. Anyways, when you say unhauls, you mostly mean the ones where they're doing some sort of challenge, not the ones where it's just listing off books. Yep. Like, you're talking about, like, say, Shelve It or Scrap It, or, which would be, Becca's. I know Cassidy's got one where she's doing it with series. Jade's got one where she does I think it's called Shelf Reflections. Also, if you've seen her spreadsheet, I am so jealous. I wish I had a spreadsheet that looked like that for my own TBR and could maneuver it like that. I do not know how she made it. I'm not that good at spreadsheets. What's her name? Mel has one. I like the ones where there's some sort of, we're looking at a specific set of books for whatever reason, and here is how I'm going to read them. Like it makes it slightly more interesting because it's like combining a vlog with an unhaul. And that, to me, at least right now, is interesting. And it seems like everybody, Steph's doing one too with like her book box books. So I like that. I think Google deleted my comment. If you commented here before that, yes, I wouldn't have skipped it. You were trying to say you make book shorts if you want a quick watch. I don't even see those usually on my thing. Like it's, I know they're there, but it's like they don't register. But yes, they can be fun. I don't think I could handle filming them myself because I think that would annoy me. But yeah, I appreciate people who do. I see them once in a while. I prioritize TBR games. I love all the creative ones out there. Yeah, and the other reason I like TBR games is because I like to see what people are planning on reading and what they're excited for. I'm going to regret looking up Karen puzzles. I know I'm going to be obsessed. I really, really enjoy watching her stuff. I'm trying not to get into too many more because I need to be able to read, and I won't do that if I have too many videos to watch, but it has definitely made me want to do more puzzles. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of that in coming vlogs. Yep, those kind. I find those more inspiring and interesting. Same, it's like I said, it's like combining a vlog with an unhaul because you're going after a specific set of books, and it's like, okay, well, either I'm going to enjoy this and I'm going to tell you why I enjoyed it, and then I'm going to tell you whether I plan on keeping it or unhauling it, or I'm going to DNF it and unhaul it, and here's why. It's a very neat concept. I loved focus vlogs, to be honest. Give me a good themed vlog, and I'm sold. I struggle with those because I read so much. It's why it's been interesting. Like this month, I did my Galaxy-a-thon TBR, and I did my middle grade March TBR, and I did my roll of reads, and that's kind of the first time I've done that. But like I usually, or like you get like my 5-star prediction vlog. But usually I'm all over the place. that like I do not have the brain capacity because I read so much to actually do like a themed vlog. Your brain is not a fan of shorts. You're a long form content kind of person. It's fair. I have no space on my phone or creative energy to do more than shorts at the moment anyways. That's also fair. I have no space on my phone and yeah, I'm still somehow filming stuff. Luckily I have 2 phones. Which helps because some of the stuff I film on my old phone. And actually my old phone, what I've been doing is if I try to, for whatever reason, upload something from my new phone, it takes ages. But if I like airdrop it to my old phone and then upload it from my own old phone, it's been fine so far. So that's what I've been doing. You work hard on them though. I really try to make the songs I pick go with the books. So see, it doesn't make it necessarily any easier. You're just being creative and putting energy into something in a different way while still doing a lot of work to make it appealing. And I personally would find it very, very, very difficult to do what you're doing. Like it is beyond me because it would be way more work than I was capable of doing, even though it is a shorter content. You're not going to look up the puzzle thing because I know I will not do anything else. I'm supposed. Fair. Fair. You have a good mix of both types of vlogs, in my opinion. Nice. Like I said, I didn't know that I was necessarily doing theme vlogs, but I tend to sometimes I think my vlogs end up on a theme because that's just all I read. I just managed to read that in a period of time. You should share the links in the Discord, Lily. We have a social media. Yeah. Put it in the social media tab. Let everybody know what you're doing. Thanks, Omi. I need more space before I can even use Discord. And some hearts. And Omi summed it up. We'll be there when you're ready. Yes, we will. It's not going anywhere. Anywho, I've been chatting again. You see what happens when I don't sprint? We get really chatty and like we all have to catch up. And it's like you can tell I'm craving social like interaction. Thank you guys for the support and encouragement. You know, if you drop a link in the chat here, one of us can pop it in the Discord and let everybody know to check out your shorts if they're into that. So we can always pass that on for you too. Anywho, I'm going to kick the timer off so we can get back to, you know, being productive. I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I got to page 253. I think I was on 170 something. So really, really, really good progress. Like 70 pages. And this ends on page 362. So I have a little over 100. I don't think I'll finish it in the next sprint, but the one after that, probably. Although I think the one after that is probably going to be a dinner sprint. It certainly seems like it. The chattiness has been nice. I needed this. I did too. I missed the chatty yellow, but okay, sprint time, yeah. Seems like we're all on the same page about missing the chattiness. Started working a jigsaw puzzle, so probably no reading this sprint. Yeah, I see, because I'm doing it in the living room because it's hard to do it in my bed. It means I can't read because the TV is on, and obviously I can't physically read with my eyeballs if I'm working on a puzzle, and I can't listen to an audiobook if the TV's on. So I've been trying to do it in the morning, like when baseball or like whenever the games are on, so I can at least have baseball on and like not Fox News, because bleh. Finished my hair and read 10 pages. Nice. That is good progress. I mean, it is a middle grade, so I expected to read a giant chunk. You're done with work for the day. Phew, sprints help get me through. Well, then I'm glad I ended up doing them. 50% in your manga. Very good progress, Manda. This will be my last chatty bit. I'm gonna have to go for therapy and another commitment. Glad I've been inspired to join in and not lurk. It is nice to see you coming out of your like isolation and getting to chat. So my coming around my corner and coming out of my own isolation seems to have worked for you as well. I'm probably going to sprint till like 10, 11 o'clock at night. So if you have time later, you can always stop back in later if I'm still sprinting. I'm planning on doing like a proper sprint day. Because I don't know if I'll sprint tomorrow because of wrestling, maybe, for a few hours. Thursday, I would have to do like after dinner sprints because the cats have a vet appointment at like 4 for somebody, whoever we catch, getting their shots. So I need to help with that. I might be able to sprint Friday, maybe Saturday, depending on what's on for wrestling, but Sunday I can't because I have a pay-per-view. So we'll see. I do plan to sprint this week. I'm wondering, where is... There it is. I see it. So when I get done with the Ocean Squid Explorers Club, I'm going to read The Secret Language of Birds. And hopefully this reads quickly as well, because it'd be nice to finish it and then still have a couple of hours to edit. Not that I want to edit, but you know, I kind of need to. Hope therapy is a good session, Phoenix, and that the other commitment is fun. Yes, we always hope that. You'll check in later then, yeah? Like I said, I should probably be here. Yeah, I will have to dive in and out soon because dinner and pet care. Like I said, I think I'm going to do this sprint, and then when I finish it up, the following sprint will be dinner time. So you get a longer sprint there. And Phoenix said, thanks to Amanda. It's probably going to make me small, but I'll switch that. Hang on. It's a buggy! He's snoozing. And the void critter is still in the void. I wonder if I... Oh, no, she's getting down. I was going to try to light her up, but she heard me talking about her. Okay, we let Buggy sleep. We let Buggy sleep. You fell on the floor, you goose. Cielo fell on the floor. That cover is gorgeous, the bird one. Yes. Absolutely stunning. I agree. Hang on. I'd like to join in later and actually read Imagine That. That would be something. Bug. Yes. Duh, the cuteness. Sleepy boy bugs. Yes, he is. He is a cutie pie. And of course, now we have Cielo. She wanted to make sure I got to see her before leaving. Oh, she was here right at the start of sprints. But yeah, she was like, okay, if you're leaving, I want to make sure I say bye. Say bye, Phoenix. Bye. Okay, kicking off the next sprint. We'll have a Cielo wave bye-bye to Phoenix. And I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I finished my book. I was not expecting to finish it. So yeah, I read like 110 pages in that sprint. Oops. Let's see. I'm taking a break from the puzzle and going to go to my audiobook as I'm hungry and going to eat lunch. That sounds like a good plan for the last sprint. Later, Cielo and all the people too. Later. Catch you later, Phoenix. See you later, Phoenix. Hello, just hopping on, hoping to make some progress in a nonfiction I'm reading. If that is the name, I cannot pronounce that. But hopefully you're enjoying it. Listening to a podcast right now instead of reading. Hopefully you're enjoying your podcast. Got some chores done and read a few pages. Sounds like a productive sprint for you, Nicole. Wow, that was fast. Yeah. I don't want to say I was into it, so slight spoiler for my 5-star prediction vlog. There's no way I'm giving this a crappy rating, because I just flew through the back half of that. And also, where is it? Is it here? I have too many books. It's here, and it's got dust on it, or carpet or something. Look what's on my TBR for April. Needless to say, I kind of want to read this week. Of course, the last book is not on my TBR, but I may have to make an exception for that, even though that would mean throwing part of my TBR out the window. Sometimes I question my choices. Yay on finishing your book. Yes, very happy about that. Haha, that is the name. Ilahinor. Ilahinor. I figured it was the name of the book, but I was looking at that going, yeah, I don't think I can pronounce that. So, thank you for giving me a pronunciation guide. Also, pulling that out, I just broke a couple of nails. And my nails aren't even that long. Ouchie. It was way down that stack of books. I probably should not have tried to pull it out, but alas. So we're now clipping my nails here because I don't really want to accidentally rip them. I think I got all of that. Annoying. You got it. Good. I'm horrible at pronouncing words I've never seen before, so I looked at that and went, I will butcher this if I try it, so. I hate that feeling when nails break. Well, they didn't break. It was more of a, and now that I've clipped them, it's going to be hard to see, but more like, as I try to do this, I got like a split there, so like I could peel at it, and I was like, I'm going to catch that, so I need to clip them off. It wasn't this one. Made pancakes and vegan sausage for lunch. The chapter was long, so I didn't get the chapter finished. But you're productive because you made lunch. So it was still a productive sprint. I am going to make dinner in the next sprint. So I'm going to change the timer, actually, while I'm thinking about it, to 60 minutes so that I have plenty of time to cook and eat dinner. I am having Impossible nuggets and mozzarella sticks for dinner. And I'm going to try to enjoy them because all I want to eat right now is pizza. And that's not pizza. And it's been very sad. Oh, the woes of being autistic when you get on food and it's the only food you want to eat. Nothing else sounds interesting. It is the only food I want right now, and it is the one food that is really, really hard for me to have. Yum, pancakes. We had a local restaurant that made really good pancakes. They went out of business, I think, primarily like they didn't go out of business like during the pandemic, but I think that was kind of the ball that started everything rolling, unfortunately. There is now a car wash there, and it's sad because I went to that particular restaurant when I was a kid. Like, that's how long it's been around. So it's kind of sad, but they made fantastic pancakes. Anywho, I'm hungry. Yes, very much so. So are the burgers and the meatballs, both the home style and the Italian ones. And I have been told by somebody who eats meat that if you gave them an Impossible Burger or Impossible Nuggets, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I haven't had meat since 2016, and when I was eating meat, I would get to the point where eventually I would start to gag, and I still have that with Impossible Meat because it's so close, at least with the way my brain remembers it, that sometimes my brain thinks I'm eating meat when I'm not. Because my issue with meat is more of a I don't like the idea of eating animals. So when I was eating meat, I'd end up gagging because I was eating an animal and I didn't like that. So they're so good that my brain doesn't always remember that I'm not actually eating. I really, really enjoy them. I think they're really, really good. They taste like chicken nuggets. The texture's right. I wouldn't know the difference if you didn't tell me, at least from what I can remember. I mean, it's been a long time since I've eaten meat, but my nephew was the one who said, "Have you tried the Impossible brand?" I think it was honestly their chicken nuggets. Said he had their chicken nuggets, and if you hadn't told him, um, he wouldn't have known. He liked the Wegmans ones. I like that there's just so many options that you're bound. Like if you really want to go that route, you're probably going to find some that you like, whether it be taste, texture, etc. Because there's a lot that goes into making it palatable. So I've had really good luck with the Impossible brand, so I can vouch for those. I haven't had Wegmans, but apparently Amanda says the Wegmans ones are good too. Anywho, I'm starving, so I'm gonna go eat, and we'll kick off this 60-minute sprint. And I will see you all in an hour. How do we do? I ate and I managed to get to page 12 of The Secret Language of Birds. So I even got some reading done. Picking up on where we left off, I have been vegan for several years, but I went vegetarian in 1997. I'm a vegetarian. I like cheese too much to give up cheese. But I have periods where I don't eat dairy products or anything like that. Like when I do a detox, I'm completely vegan. So I can do it. It's just I like cheese too much to do it long term. But I've been a vegetarian since right after Thanksgiving in 2016. And it was something I had been flirting with for a while because I had struggled so hard with meat. But fun fact, I don't like the texture of pretty much any fruits and vegetables. So I struggle to get food in general because if I'm not eating meat and I'm not eating fruits and veggies, that doesn't leave me with a lot of options. Unfortunately, I'm still stuck at work, but I wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, hello, Jay. I should be going for like another 4 hours, so maybe you'll be able to pop in before I get done. You've never seen Wegmans products. Neither have I. Wegmans is a grocery store mostly in New York. And I live in New York and I've never seen Wegmans, but spreading out along the East Coast, so it's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. And with Sue being in California, that would explain it. Probably not. I knew that Chris would probably know about it, which is why I mentioned it. It's where I got 90% of my food. They are really expanding on their plant-based meats. See, I've heard of them. But I've heard of grocery stores in England and stuff. So, like, I know a lot of grocery stores, but I've never seen a Wegmans. I don't even know where the closest Wegmans is. Well, that's good that they're making more plant-based foods. I am pre-plant-based meats, so I don't eat many of them. I can imagine that it must have been tough because when you stop eating meat, it can be really hard to get enough protein in your diet. Almost done with my tasks and squeezed in a few more pages. Nice job, Nicole. Listen to a couple of chapters of your audiobook. Seems like you had a productive sprint because you said that they were long chapters, or at least the one you were listening to was. I managed 12 pages. And once I finish this, I can go back to editing because y'all, again, know how much I love to edit. I'm going to be really interested to see how quick this book reads because according to this, it is 230 pages. If I read it at the speed I was reading the Ocean Squid Explorers Club at, I could finish in the next, 2 sprints. Which would be interesting, because then I would have, 3 hours to edit. I don't think I would end up completely editing for that entire time, because I think I would lose my mind if I had to watch myself for 3 hours. Straight with no breaks, but we'll see. It'll probably take me 3. My guess is 3 sprints on how long it's going to take me to finish this book. And then, like I said, I can edit. Get some editing done so I can get some videos up for y'all. I'm sure you're excited about that. Although I haven't been that bad, I don't think, with actually posting. I'm pretty sure my 5 on Fridays have gone out completely on time. Oh, it's Porky. He's woofing in that bed. He and Cloudy are the ones that you are most likely going to find in that bed. Also, my little void critter is in the cube. We'll try again with the lighting her up. I don't know if you guys can tell, but she is in there. I promise. There you go. You can see the black now with the contrast with the gray. She's in there. That's where she likes to sleep. And Buggy is still in my bed. He is not currently up top. Though he does like to go up there. You can see him in some of my videos. It's really interesting seeing who's in the background because I obviously am faced this way towards my camera, so I don't always notice when somebody's in the background in my videos. I notice it when I'm editing it. And I try not to cover them up if I can avoid it. Because I figure y'all like the kitty content too. Oh, no, we're not going for an hour. Let's switch that to 30. And I'm going to unpause the timer. And we'll get back to sprinting. And I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I got to page 91. So I read like 80 pages. Y'all are helping me focus because I'm flying through this. I think if I had sprinted the last week of March or even that weekend, I probably would have finished both books that I'm reading today. Let's see. Nicole was heading to the store to grab dinner and I'll be back. I started Murder at Pirates Cove while doing pets and taking out trash and recycling. It thus far is checking my cozy boxes. That is good to hear. I'm excited about that. Because again, I own the first 4 books, so I'm hoping I love it. Finally home from work. Woohoo. I'm sure that's enjoyable. Gave up on the Compton Cowboys for now as the gang violence was triggering me. Went back to my jigsaw puzzle. I'm currently in between puzzles at the moment. Senator Cory Booker has been standing and talking for over 24 hours now and is minutes away from breaking the record for holding the Senate floor. That is awesome, especially considering I read that I get the other guy's name doesn't really matter because he was arguing against the civil rights movement. So I'm happy that, it's somebody that is standing up for something that is not despicable. I fixed something to eat and I'm watching a movie. That sounds like a productive way to unwind after work. Yay, Jay. That's a great feeling, getting done with work and being able to relax. My hair is looking lovely. You can tell that I was laying in my bed, huh? Miss Ellie sat in my chair while I was reading because I was over in my bed. And now she's back in the cube. That's incredible, Phoenix. Thanks for sharing. It is amazing. It's nice to have some sort of good news in the midst of all of the awfulness. Like, while I was out making dinner, I was reading how the CDC has been shut down in a way that they won't be dealing with like lead paint, which means there will be kids who are dealing with like getting lead poisoning because that entire department is just gone. And I was telling my mom about it and she was like, I don't care about that. And I muted the TV because we had to hear about how there was cereal flavored candy kisses. And I was like, I feel like during the Holocaust, you would be the person going, that's whatever. Who cares that they just rounded up that whole entire town of Jews? Did you hear that they have sliced bread now? It comes pre-sliced. Makes me want to scream. Because she was like, yeah, I don't care about that. And cared about the fact that there were cereal flavored candy kisses. Thurman. Yep. Him taking over that record is a big thing. That's what I was hoping. I was like I would see Thurman's name and I would be like, I don't really need to remember his name. He was obviously a despicable piece of crap. So let's just move on from him. He's still pretty coherent too. Like the man can still speak clearly. That is extremely hard to do. I struggle to do that on a daily basis, regardless of how much sleep I have had the night before, nor how long I've been awake. So the fact that he's been up for 24 hours and speaking the entire time and is still speaking clearly is astonishing. Also, back to this, since he was arguing for like against the civil rights movement, I hope wherever he is right now, and I hope he's not enjoying wherever he is, that he is very, very unhappy about the fact that his record is being broken and is miserable about it. Especially considering I'm betting you he does not agree with pretty much anything Cory Booker would have to say. I'm so impressed that he has gone this long. Neither could I. But we need more things like this. He's not eating and can't even leave to go to the bathroom. I would have peed myself so many times. Yep. The eating thing might be fine, but like the not being able to go to the bathroom, that would be rough. That would be really, really rough. So props to him. Like, I don't know how he does it. because you would assume he's also drinking, because, like, if you're talking for 24 hours, then you need to keep, you know, everything from drying out. Otherwise, it would just hurt, which means if you're hydrating, then that's just going to have to make you need to go to the bathroom. So props to him for being able to do that. Like, mind-blowing. He's also referring to Dear Leader, like he's been being more real than they have been. Is he calling him Dear Leader and mocking that? Like, I know he said something about, what was it? Because I've seen highlight like clips. Oh, I can't remember. I can remember the part about the fact checker, but he said something else about Trump, and I was like, you have nailed it. He's only been sipping from 2 glasses of water. Wow. Well, I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go, but I hope whenever he does, he gets a really good rest and has like a really nice, peaceful sleep. Like, gets a good night's sleep, because I think he's earned it. I think he's earned it. It is so nice seeing people like the ones that are fighting back, like AOC and Bernie going out and, you know, talking to the people. Like Jasmine Crockett being so vocal. Chris Murphy, I've seen a lot of. Somebody like Kat. I can't think of her last name, but that's the one whose Patreon I subscribe to YouTube. She's running for AC in Chicago. She just announced her campaign, and like she was talking about how she doesn't want any big donors. She wants those small grassroots donors. And she did like a campaign event, and the price of admission was period products that she was going to donate to the local organization that gives period products to people who can't afford necessary things. And she has a bunch more events planned and plans to look at a bunch of other stuff and give back to their community and help the people in the community that she wants to represent. And I'm going, we need more of that. And she's also challenging somebody, I believe, that has been the representative for this district for like decades. Going, we need fresh blood. So I thought that was really, really awesome to like see her start her journey. Yep, he's talking about how people are just doing what Dear Leader wants. They are. It's also impressive that he's actually talking about important stuff from what I've seen. I have seen that. Like, he is definitely not just, you know, like, talking for talking's sake. Like, he's definitely, from, again, what I've seen on my end, talking and making points. And the fact that he is still doing so coherently after 24 hours is amazing. Yep. Chris Murphy said something. It's on our group chat in our Discord, actually. I have Discord open. In case y'all didn't know, I have a group chat with Omi and Phoenix, which usually talks about stuff like this. So, Chris Murphy had posted, in 2016, during my filibuster to demand progress on gun safety, Cory Booker stayed on the floor with me for all 15 hours. An hour ago, he just began his own filibuster to protest Trump's lawlessness and corruption. I'm returning the favor here on the floor with him all night. So it's nice to see some solidarity. It's not all random filler, which is nice. Again, the fact that he can coherently string words together is impressive. Yeah, he's talking about important things and reading letters from people around the country talking about how what's going on is affecting them. Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, they completely eliminated the office for Eli Heap. So a bunch of people who rely on that are going to be screwed because they're not going to be able to disperse the funds because there's nobody in the office to disperse the funds. He's only got like 3 minutes to go to break the record. Well, I wish him luck. Hopefully he should be able to get there in the next sprint. I'm going to pause the timer because it should have meowed. There it goes. And, oh, it did what Nicole's likes to do. It reset itself. So let's try this again. We'll start a 30-minute sprint, not a 5-minute break. And I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I'm now on page 178. So definitely going to finish this in the next sprint. He did it. He broke the biggest record, and he did it to be the voice of the people. Nice job, Corey. We have some celebrations for him. What an achievement. Wow. Impressive. And yeah, Chris Murphy stayed the whole time. It is always good to have, people cheering you on. Good for him, very much so. And he's still going. Keep it up. Break that, smash it to smithereens. It's been a while. Happy to see you back. You have to do what you have to do. You have to when you need a break. A lot have been going on, so don't apologize for anything, beloved. Just happy you're okay and back and okay. Yeah. It was a rough few months there, which if you've watched my vlogs, like I talk about it, and I talk about it because I know I'm not the only person going through it, and I know that at least in the past, it has helped me to hear that I'm not the only one. Luckily, I had this little gremlin to keep me company. Gee, little gremlin. Finished my puzzle and read chapters in the 3 books I have going. Nice. I have 3 books going, and I have chosen to... No, I had 4 books going that I rolled over from March that I was partway through, and I've chosen to work on one of them. I just finished dinner and got my stitching out. Nice. Productive sprint. Good to hear. What an accomplishment it is. He's still going. Just good. Good. I got sidetracked listening. He's still going. Impressive. And yes, it is my pretty little baby girl who is shedding and needs to keep her fur away from my mouth because I have chapstick on. I still got it going in the background. I needed this. I needed to hear the truth being spoken on the Senate floor. It's nice that somebody's doing the speaking and the truth. Lord knows old Chucky baby ain't going to say anything. His idea of dealing with it all is to just pretend it's not happening and maybe it'll somehow work itself out. Because that always works. You're also double sprinting. I'm not. I have my sprints on and my sprints on. I know she came back to say hi to me. Of course she did. You summoned Ciel. Yeah. Everybody's like, hey, you want to come say hi? I mean, I don't think you can tell, but Porky is still in that bed. Say hello to jealous kitty. I'm assuming this is about Chucky baby. He is not the leader we need right now. Yeah, I followed. He is very much not the leader we need. We need more young blood. And people who are going to stand up and fight and are willing to risk their power to do the right thing. Which is the problem. Most of them aren't willing to risk the power that they have to do what they know is right. Phoenix says, hi, baby girl. Love you visiting, Cielo. Yeah. You needy. You needy. Like I said, there's just a tiny, teeny. Let me see. It'll throw me tiny. But we'll swap here. That. Ooh. Let's go up. This way. That is Foot. That is Porky Toe Beans. He's so tiny, you can't see him when he's lying down. Buggy, what are you doing? Hang on. There's Buggy. There's Buggy. No, this way. There he is. Many have joined in. It's like he finally broke the silence, so now they can speak. Hey, if this is the thing that opens the floodgates and starts them kind of realizing that they have power and that they can use what they have, you know, like I understand y'all are the minority, but that doesn't mean you can't do nothing. Look at the roadblocks the Republicans put up when they're the minority. If they can do it, you can do it too. Now that you pointed out the toe beans, you can see it. Yep, he's up there. Little toe beans and a bug. Anywho, I'm going to go finish my book because I should be able to do that in the next sprint. So let me unpause the timer and I will see you all in 30. how did we do? I finished my book and then I caught up on some of the politics, like Senator Booker and stuff. In the next sprint, I get to edit. I'm thrilled. You're hoping he spreads more good trouble. I hope they all do. Sounds like he's getting ready to close out. The fact that he did it for as long as he did is astonishing. He speaks more clearly after 24 hours. True. He yielded the floor. I have great respect for what he did. I don't agree with all his stances on stuff, but I respect that he stepped up and is representing the people. The odds of a candidate running and you agreeing with every single stance they have on any single issue, on like every single issue, is going to be very, very rare. So like, I expect to not agree with politicians on everything, but given everything that's going on at the moment right now, the ones that I can find at least some common ground with and who are willing to do something like he just did shows that they are willing to fight for us. And we need fighters right now. Because that is what the other side he's decided is going to happen. It's going to be a fight, and we're all alone. Because he is over here going, I'm not friends with Canada. They're the 51st state. I'm going to invade Greenland. I'm going to invade Panama. Screw you. I hate you. I'm going to tax you. You're not friends with me anymore. Putin, though. He's our boy. I keep joking about the fact that if this was World War II, he would be bosom buddies with Hitler. He just would be. You kept watching. I haven't watched any of it. Like I said, I've seen little tiny snippets. I read 3 chapters each in 2 of my books. Nice. I just realized I read that. You read 3 chapters each in 2 of your books. Whereas I was reading, I read that a little bit differently. I needed to change how I emphasize things. You need to stop now, though, and read so my brain can actually rest. I'm going to edit. Look at the joy. Considering I don't agree with our type/style of government in general means I won't totally agree with any of them. I'm here more for harm reduction. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But again, like, I think the point I was making is that the odds of anybody just randomly getting into office and you agreeing on every single stance they have are probably slim to none. Because people are different. People have different opinions. People prioritize different things depending on the situations they've found themselves in. So, again, like you said, harm reduction right now. But I also am glad to see that we're starting to fight back a little bit, because it gives me hope that maybe we can get through this and get to the other side where we'll rest, like rip the power back and completely flip things on its head, because a majority of the Democrats, if not all of them, are not okay with what's happening and how he's going about doing things, even if they say, well, I agree that there's probably, maybe fraud and waste and stuff in these programs, but that's not how you go about fixing it. Or this program doesn't work. It is obviously broken. But the way to fix it isn't to completely gut it or whatever. And so I think it's important that those are the people that have the power who are willing to go about it methodically and not with a wrecking ball. And I think you see instances of the people are starting to get really fed up because, like, I saw that there was a special election in Florida. I know of 3 elections. So you have there's the one in Florida that Fine won, but I'm going to pause this. He won in a race where Waltz won by 33 points and Trump won by 30. And I think he was winning by like 13. So you can see how much of the popularity has eroded. The second, I know that the Democrat's name is Gay, and she was winning last I saw, and it's too close to call, which in Florida again shows the movement. And then the other is the Wisconsin Supreme Court race that Elon is trying to buy. But you can also see the fear in the fact that in Pennsylvania, you had the race where a Democrat won, and it's like the first time in a ridiculously long time that a Democrat has held that seat. And it was a very, very red territory in November, and this guy won. So they weren't expecting that seat to flip, which is why he pulled Stefanik's nomination, because he couldn't risk her losing her seat in New York, despite the fact that it was a ruby red district. And I think you're starting to see people, regular people, people on the fence, and even some of those Republicans who thought this sounded good go, I still think this is a good thing, but the way you're going about it is not okay. I didn't say gut everything and fire everybody and send in these 20-year-old kids to run things. I didn't say, complain about Hillary's emails and then turn around and use Gmail to, talk about war plans and signal chats that you accidentally add reporters to. I didn't say, like, when I talked about getting rid of, illegal immigrants who were committing violent crimes, rounding up everybody that you could even think could possibly be an immigrant and then sending them to a prison in El Salvador, and then taking photo ops there where it looks like you've got a concentration camp behind you. A lot of them are going like, these were the things I wanted, but this isn't how I expected it to get done, and I'm not okay with this. And if that means I have to vote the other way to counteract that because you guys have all lost your mind, then that's what I'm going to do. I don't have a choice here, because this is not okay. And I'm all for those people who are waking up and going, whoa, I'm not okay with this. That we can have a disagreement, but shipping people off with no due process is not okay. Firing tons of people is not okay. Getting rid of jobs and treating veterans like scums, and like I said, having very intimate, private national security chats in unprivate servers with random reporters is not okay. Treating our friends and allies like they're pariahs and cozying up to Putin is not okay. And I think you're starting to see that shift of the American people waking up and going, okay, we need to do something because this is not good. So when I see people like Cory Booker fighting for us, it's a good thing, because you're going to get people to listen to you. And we need more of that in the government, of higher up officials doing stuff like this, where they can get to those people who are going, I am horrified. What do I do? Been busy these last couple sprints, made and had dinner, did dishes, got the 2 younger kiddos ready for bed, and just getting the youngest to fall asleep. You have had a very busy few sprints, as I sit and rant about politics. I finished the Oceans Quit Explorers Club, The Secret Language of Birds, and I ate dinner. You found it easy to get sucked in and ended up listening to hours of it. I could see that. Based on some of the clips I've seen, I can see how it would be fascinating and could draw you in. Wait, maybe I can manage reading now. Maybe. It's definitely an option. It was very compelling and wonderful to see somebody finally saying no. Agreed. I really like the one clip I've seen is him saying that he doesn't want like a Disney World version of our history. He doesn't want it whitewashed. He wants to see our history, warts and all, because it shows like how great we actually are, like what we've come from and how we've evolved into being better people, better humans. I'm paraphrasing a little bit there. But I thought that was such an important quote, because we have skeletons in our closet, but acting like the skeletons doesn't exist doesn't make them go away. I think it's important to say, our ancestors came here and they committed genocide and took out just thousands upon thousands of people and treated them like they weren't worth anything. And we discovered America. Like, there's nothing wrong with teaching our kids that. There were people here. We didn't discover it. We just learned it existed for the first time. Talking about the fact that we treated Black people like garbage, and we had them shipped over on slave ships where they couldn't move, and then it treated them like they were property, to the point that they had to fight back and create like the Underground Railroad and the civil rights movement. That journey from, like I said, the Underground Railroad all the way up to the civil rights movement, and like look at how long that took. And I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching the history of, yes, we did some bad things in the past, because it's also saying you can make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. We're only human. Now, these are some really, really atrocious ones, which are probably bigger than I broke mom's vase and lied about it. But it gives you the basis of showing that you can grow and evolve as a person. And I don't think whitewashing it or saying like they trying to treat it like it wasn't this awful, horrible thing that we did is the best way to go about it, because eventually these people are going to end up in the real world where they will learn the true history and go, well, why did you hide this from me? I did. I think a lot of us here have been through that situation where we learned how great Columbus was when he founded America, and then you learn the real history and you're like, wait a minute, there was like tons and tons and tons and tons of people here. We didn't find nothing. We do. I do it in little ways, like what I'm capable of doing. Like, I am not using Amazon right now. I'm not shopping at Target, which is what I can handle. Like, I can't completely not shop at any of these places, but I'm trying to pick one and really focus on not getting anything from there. I donated to, like, I have a monthly donation to the Queer Liberation Library so that they can continue to get access to queer books. I have a donation to the New York Public Library, which when you set it up, you can designate, like, do they put it where it's needed the most, or you can pick where it goes. And I once again picked the, queer section so I can support my community. I'm constantly talking about it, which, my mom gets annoyed. And like I said, did not care about the fact that we have eliminated the CDC to the point that we won't be monitoring like lead poisoning anymore, because that's not as important as learning about the fact that there is cereal flavored candy kisses, which again frustrates me, but I'm not going to shut up about it. I do what I can from my position. Like, I know this has nothing to do with politics, but Aiden Thomas, author of Cemetery Boys and the Sun Bear Trials, had a doggy emergency and did a GoFundMe, and I donated some money to that because I know how important it is to have your pets with you in this time. And he's queer. He's part of my community. It was something I could do for a member of my community who was struggling in that moment. And there is no doubt in my mind, especially given the fact that Aiden is not white, that he's got so much to fear that I can't imagine he's not also struggling with everything like I am, that this was something I could do that would maybe make it so that he had one less thing to worry about. So it's all the little ways I can think of that I'm trying to do minor things to help back. Like I bought cookies from, well, I sent some to Phoenix from a trans Girl Scout, and then I got some from my house, and my Girl Scout was non-binary and autistic and wanted to do like a fox conservation program, and they ended up sending me a deal that allowed for free shipping, so I ended up buying 24 more boxes from them because it was something little I could do to support another member of my community. So those little things do add up. And Nicole made it back. Sorry I'm late to the chatty bits. I was downstairs to change out the laundry. No worries. I'm being extra chatty today because I haven't gotten to talk to y'all, and I'm actually in a goodish headspace. You're a nerd about politics. I hate that I know this stuff. Like, I understand being an informed voter, but the fact that I feel like I don't have a choice, I must know what's going on for my own safety and sanity. That is hard. Because it is very much to the point of I can't not know, because I feel like I need to for my own safety and, like I said, my sanity. I I don't get to really take a break from it, because if I take a break from it, my brain is going, well, what if this is happening? Well, what if that is happening? And is making a catastrophe out of things. Like, it goes to like the worst case scenario that I could possibly think of. So it's almost better for my mental health to know what's going on. So I can't really take a break from it. And I miss, honestly, I miss President Biden, because for all of his faults, if I was having a bad brain week, I did not need to sit on top of politics to make sure that the world hadn't imploded. Because I was fairly confident that I could take a week off and the world wasn't going to implode. And you're glad that Nicole made it back. Yes, very happy for that. You think the little things are important, the things that bring community closer. I agree. And like I said, like with Aiden, it was something I could do that would make his life a little bit easier. And it also made me feel like I was doing something to help. Like, I can't, make laws pass, and I can't do big sweeping things. But this, like I said, was some minor little thing I could do for somebody that would be helpful. So it made both of us hopefully feel better, You do a lot of good things and share the resources you find in indie shops and uplift people. I try. It's why, like, if you've noticed in my videos, like, I've taken my Amazon wish list out of my bio. I mean, it's weird to me when anybody sends me anything anyways, because I still can't wrap my mind around the fact that, people care enough to buy things off of my wish list. But I have now set it up that the wish list you see is the one for bookshop.org, and it benefits an indie bookstore. And the indie bookstore I've chosen is owned by a queer Indigenous woman, because it's something little I can do. That's where I get that. Like, when I get puzzles and books now, I try to go there first, even if it costs me a little bit more, because I'm trying in little ways to help, like I said, out where I can. You went from figuring you'd be a lurker to being really chatty. I knew I was in a place where I just had to get over the hurdle of actually setting up a sprint, and that I would be fine once I sprinted. But I was in a bad brain space there. Like, if you were to look at the sprints I think I did in February, I think you can see it if you watch me sprint, how off I am in that video, because I remember feeling off and just so drained, and almost grateful that I decided to DNF the Library of the Unwritten, because it meant I no longer had to be on camera, because I had created arbitrary rules that said I was going to read my Queer Book Club picks on sprints. So, and I didn't want to be on sprints. So I was really relieved that I DNF'd it, because it meant I didn't have to continue to be on sprints, because that's how bad a headspace I was in. It's a little bit easier with like vlogs and stuff, because, most of those clips tend to be shorter. I mean, I try to make them shorter. It doesn't always work, but I try to make them shorter. And I can kind of go when I feel most rested, or, whenever that moment hits that I'm like, okay, I don't think I'm going to feel any better than this today. This is the moment. If I'm going to do it, I need to do it now. And then doing so. You've had one foot in politics since childhood. It was one of the ways my dad and I bonded. My dad has always watched politics. Like, I had Fox News on as a kid. Like, when I was a teenager, I watched a lot of Bill O'Reilly. I watched Glenn Beck. I watched like Mike Huckabee. Like, I grew up watching that stuff and thinking that that was the correct notion, because I didn't know any better, and I didn't have the critical think. Like, I just believed that, well, they're adults, they're telling the truth, right? And I remember when Obama got elected, and I think the first thing I did that made me start turning that corner was, I can remember saying, and maybe this is naive of me, maybe not with Obama specifically, but in general, that I believed that the president of the United States, even if I disagreed with them, was going to do what they truly thought was best for the American people. That they weren't going to make laws or rules or suggest things that they thought would not benefit the American people, even if I disagreed with their stance. Obviously, that is out of the window with Trump. Like, I don't know. There's no way any version of me could have ever justified what Trump is doing as what he believes is best for the American people. It's what he believes is best for him and his billionaire buddies and, Putin, who he's terrified of. But there was a point in time when I truly believed that. And I remember telling my parents that about Obama, because at that point I was still a Republican. Well, I was an independent because I think, who was it? I liked, his name was Bill something. He was running for Democrat. And I think there's a guy on the Republican side named Allen. Why I can't remember their last names, but I can remember their first name, like, is beyond me. And I remember watching presidential debates so it had to have been, I feel like Obama is wrong. But if I was watching Republican and Democratic debates, you would think it was Clinton, and I think I was like post-Clinton, because usually when you're having debates on both sides like that, you don't have an incumbent. So I guess it must have been for Obama, for Obama's first term. And so I was paying attention because I think I was old enough to really understand what was going on. And I think that's why I registered as an independent when I was 19, was because of the fact that when I finally started tuning in, I had found people on both sides that I liked. And I liked the way they talked. And I can remember telling my parents that, like, even though I didn't necessarily agree with what Obama was doing, that I truly believed he was doing what he thought was best for the American people. And that he seemed like a genuinely good person with a good heart. And I think that was when I started kind of turning the corner on things. And it snowballed from there, because, of course, if you go to college, one of the things you have to do when you're writing a paper is find your sources and make sure that, like, what you're saying is backed up by some sort of something. You can't just say that you think the sky is green because you think the sky is green. You have to find evidence that shows you're right about the sky being green. And I think once I started doing that, it was a lot harder to swallow the lies, because when I followed the chain of evidence, the evidence didn't back up what I was being told. And then, of course, being queer, figuring out I was queer, having other queer people in my life. Because, again, like, I'm sitting here right now, I can tell you. So obviously I am ace and non-binary, and I consider myself queer and trans. Like, all of those are acceptable labels for me. So obviously I'm part of the LGBTQ plus community. And then both of my sister's kids are queer. One is gay, the other is trans. One of my brother's 3 kids is gay. So I have 3 queer nephews, like, that fall under the LGBTQ plus umbrella. My dad's brother, who I don't really know, is gay, and he and his partner seem absolutely lovely. And because of everything that's being terrifying, they've never gotten married. So they're planning on getting married this summer on their anniversary. And I'm hoping things stay stable enough that they can do that, because they don't want to have more than one anniversary. They just like to have the one. And then Ducky's mom is bi. Ducky's aunt is married to another woman. I don't know exactly what label his aunt would use, but obviously she's queer of some sort. My cousin is bi. I have a lot of family members that are queer, and you see that, and it's like, I care about these people. I don't want to see them hurt, outside of not wanting to see myself hurt. And then, like, the mental health stuff, like, again, Ducky's mom has an anxiety disorder. I have an anxiety disorder. I'm autistic. I believe I have a cousin who is, or a couple cousins who are bipolar. I have one that's dealt with depression and suicidal thoughts. Like, I have mental health issues in my family too. So it makes me very conscious watching these attacks going, I can't reconcile that. I'm like, I don't care about the price of eggs if it means that I'm not going to be allowed to exist, or the people I love aren't going to be allowed to exist. Who cares about the price of eggs? That's like saying again, oh, look, they're rounding up people and putting them in camps. Oh, well, they're just Jews. But what about the price of eggs? And to me, it's very, very, very black and white, and I just can't get around that. I do what I can, always have, never been big things, but I figure I'm living as close to my ideals as I can. I'm trying. I'm trying to do what I can where I can. I needed my month of isolation, but I also needed these sprints after. I think I needed the same thing, hence why I have been talking now for a while. My dad was conservative with me, the anarchist, but he listened to me and sometimes even changed his mind after listening to me. My dad just tells me that he thought I was smarter than that, and he can't believe I drink the Kool-Aid. Because apparently I am the one that is addled. And I'm sitting here going, I don't know if Fox has rotted your brain or if all those years of drinking destroyed your brain, but dude, you sound like an idiot right now. Because he is very much like well, I don't know how people can know they're trans. Their brains haven't developed fully until they're 26. Or I don't know how they can know they're gay if their brains haven't developed till they're 26. I'm like, then you're saying they can't make any major decisions till they're 26. But if you can't know you're trans and you can't know you're gay, then you also can't know you're straight and cisgendered, which means you also should not be allowed to vote, have children, join the army, buy cigarettes, buy alcohol, buy a house, buy a car. You shouldn't be allowed to do any of those things because your brain isn't developed. And what if you end up regretting doing any of those things? So I absolutely cannot get behind that. Like that argument makes me so incredibly angry. Because I'm sitting here going like, hi, I am 38 years old now, and I can remember saying I was a gay man trapped in a female body when I was 17. 17! I did not have the word non-binary. I did not have the word transgender in the way that would make it make sense to me. So, like, just because I didn't have the word doesn't mean I was any less that. And again, like the ace thing, I was never not ace. I just felt like I was broken and damaged and like there was something wrong with me because I hit middle school and all of a sudden all of the kids were talking about sexual stuff and I was like, y'all are weird. And then realizing when everybody was doing it, I was going, okay, so they're not the weird ones. I'm the weird one because I don't care and that sounds just awful. When there's actually nothing wrong with me. And again, you would think after everything my parents went through with my anxiety disorder and them trying to take me away and all of that, they would be more open and understanding that like sometimes things are not designed to help those who are not normal. But alas, no, they still want to pick on the little people. And like, I'll talk about the fact that I'm like worried I'm going to lose my disability because they're going to say I'm one of the people trying to commit fraud. And my dad's like, well, no, you're obviously disabled. I'm like, to who? They don't spend any time with me, which means it's all in my head. It's not something that most people can physically see. And I'm very good at masking. Which means if you're not spending prolonged periods of time with me, I can absolutely make it seem like I am totally 100% fine. So I don't trust that. And it's just, it's this whole thing. Believe me, there are a lot of arguments and trying to deal with the mental health things while having people in my house who believe all of that crap are not helpful because I was definitely feeling some of the suicidal thoughts and the depression that comes with that and being like told, I don't know why you feel that way. And I'm like, because you're watching people say that I'm not worthy, that I'm not good enough, that I'm broken, that I'm damaged, that I'm a groomer, that I'm a pedophile, like all of those things. And I'm going, but I'm not those things. I know I'm not those things. And yet they're saying it and you're supporting the people who are saying that. So what am I supposed to believe? And when I try to talk about how it is affecting me negatively, you get upset and make it seem like I'm one, overreacting, and two, that my existence and my issues having this are somehow a burden to you, which is just reinforcing the idea that I'm not worthy, worth it, worthless, etc. Your dad was big into talk radio in high school. My rides to and from school were over half an hour. We'd listen and discuss unless I won Name That Tune, then he'd have to listen to my music. Took me a second. I followed. My dad also really liked Rush Limbaugh. I didn't. By the time he died, he might still have thought of himself as a conservative, but really he was progressive and just didn't realize it. I can't say what I want to about your dad right now here anyway. Feel free to message it to me on Discord. I'm sure it'll make me feel better. That's the same argument I use with the brain development argument. This is why they try to ban words and concepts, so people don't have the knowledge they need to understand themselves, making them more vulnerable. They want us stupid. The stupider we are, the easier we are to control. For many of us, it's not at all obvious we're disabled, and I'm also afraid that will be used against us. Because the other thing is like, they're going, like, he was doing his stupid rant about autism, and was like, it used to be only 1 in 10,000 people was autistic, and now it's 1 in 36, so obviously something happened. I'm like, please see the graph on left-handedness. When you stopped making people write with their right hands, the amount of people who started writing with their left hands went up. Wasn't that there was more left-handed people, it was that you stopped making left-handed people fit into a right-shaped box. And I'm sitting here going, it's the same thing. There is a decent chance that if child me was in school right now, I'd have been diagnosed as autistic as a child. But when I was actually a child, they would not have diagnosed me because they didn't think little girls were autistic. So, nah, not Rush Limbaugh, but Dennis Prager and Larry Elder and Michael Moore and stuff. Quieter, my dad was a Reagan man. My dad always said great things about Reagan, and I'm like, here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that Trump is doing that, like, Reagan wouldn't have been okay with, so how are you okay with Trump? Because Trump and Reagan are two very different kinds of Republicans. And I've kept you chatting long enough. Back to... And you know how I feel about Reagan. There's a direct line from him to why we have... Yeah, well, yes. But I also think that there's a lot of stuff that Trump is doing that Reagan would not be okay with. So, I mean, there is that too. And you have. So let's get back to reading. Well, you all get to read. I'm going to go edit. Especially considering you and I are the only people chatting here. So I'm sure that everybody is just loving this political chat. So I'm going to unpause the timer. And I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I got part of my January haul edited. I also just realized that this might be a little bit loud. And I'm losing a sock. It's trying to run away. Let's see. I disagree with that. I think he'd be cool with a lot of it. He was similar, just quieter, moving to personal chat. Fair. You probably know more about Reagan than I do. I haven't really studied Reagan, but I'd like to think that he wouldn't be taking our Constitution and turning it into confetti. I think it's all good stuff. Sorry, LOL. I got distracted by the dog. Pets can do that. And I don't know if you can see, but we have 1, 2, 3. You're looking and listening, so don't stop chatting about what matters to you. You have to get it off your chest to people who love you and care. Otherwise, you'll spiral more. And our community here is pretty nice. It's nice. I can know I can be opinionated about it, and that I found some like-minded people. The political chat is nice. It's nice to hear people speak up. I refuse to be silenced. Like, I keep trying to get it through to my mom that, like, I am very vocal and I talk about it on YouTube, on the internet. Like, I'm not hiding it. So if they start coming after people who are talking about it, I'm in the line of fire, and I don't think she gets that. And that was another one of my alarms. I can sleep through that, sucker. Anyways, sorry if that startled everybody like it did me. And now I'm whipping myself in the face with my... I'm having a great night. You agree to both of the above. We are a wonderful little community here. We are, and I have missed chatting with you all, so I'm so glad I just sprinted today. Thanks, everyone. I live somewhere it's not safe for me to express my political views, so I tend to get on a roll when it's safe enough. You were enjoying the chat and dinner, so no worries. I always worry because, like, one, I'm usually pretty clean with my sprints in the sense of, like, 30-minute sprints, 5-minute chatty bits. And then I went on this giant rant, so, like, I was worried that, like, one... if y'all wanted sprints, I wasn't really giving you that in the way I normally do. And then 2, it can be tricky because, 1, I never know what somebody believes politically. That can always be a dangerous can of worms. But 2, I know there are days that I can't handle it. So it's also a balance of, I worry about talking it too much when people are coming here to escape that and find a break from it. So I'm glad that y'all were chill. I feel like this is your safe space. Say what you need to say. You deserve to be heard. Well, thank you for that, Jay. I love this community for this. Seriously, we need more of this in the world. I try to be a little space where it can happen. You listened to another 4 chapters in the Compton Cowboys. Nice. Good progress. You worked on your reading journal and made it to 90% of an Amish romance for Amish in April. Very good progress. Finally got to read a few more pages. Should be able to read the rest of the night now. I wish I could do that, but I'm also like, I know I need to edit. So I'm going to get January's haul edited, and then I'm going to edit the clips I do have for my 5 on Friday vlog, because then I would have my roll of reads vlog for Wednesday, January's haul for Thursday, and my 5 on Friday video for Friday would all be edited as much as I can do, because I still have a clip to film for that as well. I just read these, so I haven't filmed myself talking about them yet. And then if I have time, I will go back to reading. You can't read yet. Your brain's too full of stuff it needs to process. Fair. Reagan kicked off Heritage Foundation's Project 2025. So if you consider Project 2025 dismantling the Constitution, then yep, he'd rip it to shreds. Okay, I really don't know squat, apparently, about Reagan. Honestly, I appreciate the reassurance that it's okay and safe to speak freely about it since it's forefront in my head right now. It is never far from my thoughts. And it's really, really hard because my mom's like, you've been out of bed for 5 minutes. Do we have to talk politics? And I'm like, I almost always catch up on Blue Sky and the news before I get out of bed. Like, I'm awake and laying in my bed and I check on that stuff before, like, I get up and go to the bathroom and go to get a drink and stuff like that. So, like, almost the first thing I do in the morning is see what the world is, like, how on fire things are compared to last night. Just curious video-wise, is it easier to film hauls as an individual video, or would it be easier to just show off stuff in your vlogs as you get them? It would not be easier to show them off in my vlogs because I constantly forget that I have them. And that would just be one more thing I'd have to remember and drag out and talk about. And then I would rather edit a separate 30-minute video for a haul than have to add that 30 minutes to vlogs. Because it would be more than 30 minutes. I know me. Because just the way I talk. Whereas I get in a flow when I'm doing a haul. So I prefer to do them separately. I don't check till after I feed the boys. That's my first thing. Then it's wake and bake and current events time. It's literally the first thing I check on. So like I am literally putting together my morning brownie and talking about the awfulness and my mom's saying, she's like, do we have to talk politics first thing in the morning? I'm like, well, first off, I'm allowed to talk about whatever I want when I first get up. You don't get to dictate what I'm capable of talking about or processing when I first climb out of bed. But second, you claim you've been up since 7. It's now noon. It's not first thing in the morning anymore for you. So you don't get to use that excuse on me when I know you've been up 5 hours. And that you were watching Fox News when I came out. And that sometimes the political conversation gets started because you were watching Fox News and I looked at the TV. Reagan was far from a good president. He was the start of the homeless problem by closing many facilities. The one big thing I know about him, besides the fact that he was an actor, is he is the reason that we lost so many people to AIDS because of the way he treated people during the AIDS crisis. Reagan is definitely a blind spot for me. Because on the one hand, like, I don't know much about him, but, like, he's not exactly somebody I want to research because he was a despicable human being. And unfortunately, we're not in, like, a good time period where, like, my brain, like, if you were talking, we're, like, 5 years into Obama's 8, that might have been a good mental time for me to be able to study something that I think is going to enrage me. But now is not a good time. Or just not focus on hauls at all. I mean, do you like doing haul videos? I know they're a normal thing on BookTube, but you could just show off books as you go to read them. I actually do like doing hauls. I like being able to show off the books I got and do a video where I can kind of reference back to them and see how many of them I've read and stuff. Right now, the reason I'm behind on hauls isn't because I didn't like filming them. It's because I didn't want to edit them. Because I didn't want to watch myself. So, again, the stuff that takes priority is the timely stuff, like my TBR videos. I don't know who's going to want to watch my... Well, I mean, I'm not saying you wouldn't. But I think it would be a little weird to release January's Phase 10 Chooses My TBR in April. So, when I did have spoons to do editing, I was editing my TBR videos for the various readathons I was taking part in, or my vlogs, because I tend to film my vlogs on this phone. And this phone gets full. This phone has plenty of room. So that phone is the one with my hauls on it. So the videos that aren't necessarily needing to come out ASAP tend to get pushed to the back burner. It's the first thing for me. If you count that feeding the boys just has to be done first, I'll get so distracted I'll forget ADHD brain. My cats are fed by that point because there's no way my mom can be up and not have filled their bowl. So okay, so you like doing the hauls, just not the editing process. Fair enough. Just making sure you were doing it for your own pleasure, which is what's best for you. I don't put out videos for the sake of putting out videos, as a rule. I mean, I think the videos that I enjoyed the least were like the announcement videos for Seriesathon and like the Queer Book Club. And I enjoy them the least because they're the ones that make me the most nervous, because I'm worried I'm going to forget, or like phase out your TBR, like those announcement videos, because I'm always worried that like I'm going to forget something. I'm going to leave something out. It's not going to be clear. Nobody's going to care. Those are the ones I hate filming the most, because I tend to be extra critical when I'm editing and then just terrified that nobody's going to give a crap, which is why I'm like, I'm doing a readathon in May because I want to do a readathon and I'm very, very excited about what I've got planned. But at the same time, I'm dreading filming, editing, and uploading that video because I'm worried that I'm going to forget something. It's not going to be clear. Nobody's going to care, etc. So the hauls are easy because I know people care about hauls. Vlogs are easy because I know people care about vlogs. TBRs are easy because I know people care about TBRs. It's the other stuff, especially when I actually am emotionally invested into wanting it to work out, that I care more. Reagan's big thing was austerity politics, which is exactly where we're headed right now. Austerity politics is all about effing over everyone but rich white Fs. Fair. Again, I don't know a lot about Reagan. He's not anybody I've ever had to study. And I know you're big into politics. I'm only into politics because I have no choice but to be into politics. It is not a special interest of mine. So up until 2015, I didn't need to know, so I didn't. There's not much I can tell. Like politics, I am pretty that's a pretty big blind spot for me. I'm learning as I go here, and right now I am too focused on current day stuff to really sit and analyze past stuff. And like I said, I'm not in a brain space where I can handle learning about the bullshit because I'm barely keeping my head above the water as it is. You'd watch your TBR videos in April. Fair. I didn't think that people wouldn't. I'm just saying it would be kind of weird releasing a January TBR game in April, whereas I feel like it's less weird to release a January haul video in April, because that just feels like yes, I hauled these books in January. Yeah. Whereas here's what I plan to read in January in April when I've either read it or I haven't read it already and it was months ago, like just feels a little odd. Also, I'm catching up on Reagan since I'm getting ready to do a deep dive into the conservative effort to undo the New Deal, leading to Heritage Foundation and where we are now. Fair. Not just current events, politics, but historical as well, and I don't expect others to nerd out like I do. Also fair. Everybody has their own special interest. It's your way of coping, which is, again, completely and utterly fair. I have gotten to the point where, like I said, I'm barely keeping my head above the water, so I can only take in so much information. I need to know why as much as possible in life. I am the same way, to be fair, but I'm also at the point where I cannot take anymore. It's how your brain works. Mm-hmm. I am very big on why. Like, it drove my mom nuts because when I was being homeschooled and then in college, because I had to take a math course for college, I drove my mom nuts because, of course, being homeschooled, I was supposed to watch videos and I refused to watch the tapes. They were boring as hell. So I was just looking at the material and kind of teaching myself. And the problem is that with math, I wanted to know why. And, like, I know something as simple as, like, 2 + 2 = 4 is maybe hard to explain why unless... But like, you could still show we have 2 here and 2 here, and if you count them 1, 2, 3, 4, they add up to 4, so that's why. Or why 2 times 3 is 6, because you have 2 and 2 and 2. Like, there is definitely ways to explain the why on that. And I remember there were just some math concepts that I refused to, like, my brain was like, I do not understand because you cannot tell me why we do this. And it was funny because there was something in math that I learned when I was homeschooled that I never quite understood. And I got to college, and it was something I think to do with algebra. And I was having to do it again. And the problem is that I was not meeting with my teacher at all. This teacher, I was supposed to have a one-on-one thing with her. But the school was an hour away, and the days that she was available did not work out with my schedule. So, like, I basically did that entire math course by myself. And I got really, really lucky because my best friend was a bit of a math nerd and took pretty much every math course she could possibly take at her college. So she knew all of this. And this is back in the days of instant messenger. And I can remember there were 2 instances. One, that concept in math, which I'm not going to remember, but I struggled with it in like 9th grade, I think it was. I think it was 9th grade math that I did it in. I struggled with it when I got to it in college, too, because I still didn't understand, because I still didn't understand the why. And I remember telling her about it, and she goes, oh, you do this because of blah, 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 blah. And I never had trouble with it again, because I went, oh, okay, I understand now. I just needed to know the why. Also, fun fact, whatever the final... See, another alarm. There's so many alarms. This is because I nap and I'm trying to, like, wake myself up so I don't sleep too long, especially at this hour of night. Anyways, and then whatever my final project was that I had to do for my math course, she, via instant messenger, did a lot of it because I just did not understand the concept. And she didn't quite know how to explain it to me in a way that made it make sense for my brain, and I couldn't ask my teacher. So that was fun. That was fun. But I got lucky. Having my bestie be a math nerd. Also, to me, if I don't know how it happened, I don't know how to dismantle it, and also how to create change. That's fair. I'm slowly working my way through different kinds of books. Like, I read, I think it's called The Mothers of White Resistance, which is part of the Storygraph Building Resistance. Is that what it's called? There's a Storygraph challenge that I'm part of. And that is one of the books on there. I'm a part of so very many. Building Resistance and Preparing for the New Trump Era. Yes. And there's a bunch of categories. So it's relearning American history, mutual aid and community organizing, disability justice and care politics, capitalism, class and economic resistance, gender and sexual liberation, climate crisis and environmental justice, immigration, empire, and decolonialism, developing a white racial identity required only for white participants, reproductive justice, abolitionist futures, and racial justice and liberation. And there is a bunch of different books that are recommended for each of those categories. And so I've got, there's 99, I believe. Is it 99? I think that's how many books this person has pulled together for the different, 97. And each of them falls into one of the different categories. And the idea is to read one from at least one from each of the different categories, except for the racial identity one if you're not white, because you don't need it because you're not white. And I've read one of the books from there. That's where I got the Mothers of White Resistance. And then I have... Nope, it's not over there. It's over here. an indigenous people's history of the United States that I want to read. So I'm trying in little ways, but I have to be careful how I do it. I can tell you though that one of the options is called Marcia, the Joy and Defiance of Marsha P. Johnson, and I 1000% want to read that one. But having these, there's a bunch of them that I want to read because they all just seem like a bunch of them just seem really, really interesting. But I also have to be careful again. Oh yeah, Mothers of Massive Resistance is what it's called. And I believe that actually is in the yeah, it was part of the Developing a White Racial Identity, so I've checked that one off. But there's a bunch of books in there, and it's like I can handle that in dribs and drabs. So I have to be careful how I'm going about it because I don't want to send myself spiraling because I'm just coming out of that. I have a hard time with middles, current events, unless I can understand foundations and the ideal in the future I'm working towards. Also fair. And it's nice to know that when I get to that point, I know who to ask for, okay, I'm in a good spot. I need to learn this bit of history. Do you have a recommendation that will be interesting? Because that's the other thing is if it's dry, I'm not going to want to read it. So you'll be able to direct me where I can find the information in a way that will work best for my brain. That was me and my best friend, except I was the math nerd. See, I was a math nerd. There was some state test. Oh, why can't I remember what it's called? It was for 6th grade. It's like the math league test or something like that. And I got like the second highest score in our district. And like one of the top 10 scores in like the state or something like that. I was a math nerd. But when you start teaching math to yourself, it gets really hard. I stopped going to school in 7th grade. From 7th grade on, anything I learned was something I taught myself or my mom taught me. And it's really hard when you're teaching yourself. You had some of the same problems understanding math for the same reason. People couldn't make sense of the concept behind the math, just the functions to do the equations. Yep. And I am somebody, so like, you know, when you convert something, so like you need to convert like kilometers to miles or Fahrenheit to Celsius, and there's like that equation that does it for you. One, when I was in school, they wanted us to memorize that. But two, even if you put the equation in front of me, I would still mess it up because it was just one of those concepts that my brain refused to hang on to. So every time you try to get me to do it, even with the equation in front of me, I would still somehow mess it up, even though at that point, it is just basic math. I didn't have any math nerds in my life. Sounds handy. It can be. I'm about to read Invisible Hands, The Making of the Conservative Movement from the New Deal to Reagan by Kim Phillips Fine. Then Why Americans Hate Welfare, Race, Media, and the Politics of Anti-Poverty Policy. Yeah, you're reading a lot of heavier stuff. You just finished The Myth of Choice, Personal Responsibility in a World by Limits by Kent Greenfield. Also want to get to Revolution in Our Time, The Black Panther Party's Promise to the People by Kakla Magoon. Oh, and Beyond Outrage, What Has Gone Wrong with Our Economy and Our Democracy and How to Fix It by Robert B. Reich. And I think that one, before I get back to Bernie, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. I obviously want to read the Bernie stuff. I don't think you've been watching my vlogs, but I read a ton of Who HQ books on like Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement, and that was hard enough for me to take in, like the Tulsa Race Massacre. And I'm like, this is written for a middle grader, and I want to like break things because what in the ever loving? So I'm having to be careful because my brain is not good. Not good. I read the dry stuff, then find the interesting stuff, which is why I said when I'm ready, you will be who I go to. So go, okay, what do I need to read that is going to keep me engaged and will also teach me all of these things? I was a math nerd, kind of. I could do calculus. Wrong, apparently, though, and trig by 7th grade, but couldn't grasp algebra or geometry. I did algebra all right, to a certain extent. I know, let's see. So I learned, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally in 6th grade. And I taught my nephew and the kid that lived across the street when I was in like 7th, so like a year later. So I would have been 13 at the oldest at that point, maybe 14, which means I was teaching a 9 and 10-year-old at the oldest, basically how to do simple algebra equations, because once they got "Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally" down, and they understood a little bit about negative numbers and how to utilize them, I was teaching them like really simple algebra equations. And this was when, again, at max, at the oldest, they were 9 and 10, but they could have been as young as 7 and 8. So not only did I understand it well enough to do it myself, but I understood it well enough to teach other people, like people who were not on the grade level, to really be learning that. Like, that's not when they would be learning it. And I would tell you, neither one of these kids was math whizzes. They were not like math people. They just weren't. And yet I was still able to teach it to them. But mostly I was a literature, writing, history nerd. Here, you're way behind on my vlogs. They're literally all right here. Who was Mr. Rogers? What was the Children's Blizzard of 1888? Who were the Tuskegee Airmen? What was the Underground Railroad? Who was Martin Luther King Jr.? What was the Ice Age? What was the Harlem Renaissance? What is the Civil Rights Movement? What was the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1912? What was the March on Washington? Who sparked the Montgomery bus boycott? Who was Maya Angelou? Who was Barack Obama? Who was Michelle Obama? Who was Harriet Tubman? Who was Jackie Robinson? Who was Nelson Mandela? Who was Rosa Parks? And what is the women's rights movement? Pretty much, yeah, I think all of these I've read this year. And as you can see, most of them have something to do with like the civil rights movement, or people involved in the civil rights movement, or like Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad, and just and it's really, really funny, because when you watch the vlog where I talk about it, it was so crazy to see how the connections, because for instance, even Mr. Rogers connected to it, because Mr. Rogers, his family ended up, I believe, if I remember correctly, because I've read so many books and my brain feels like Swiss cheese these days, taking in his housekeeper's son when she passed away. And it was like this big deal because they were Black. And he didn't really care. Like, he was brought up to just not care. Like, he cared about that family because he cared about them. Like, race didn't even factor into it. And that person, the housekeeper's son, I believe was involved with the Tuskegee Airmen. And it was really weird, because the book I literally read right before that was the Tuskegee Airmen. And I went, well, this is strange. So it was just interesting, because I happened to pick up a book about Mr. Rogers and realized just how a genuinely good dude he was, and how before his time he was. If you're And when you're ready for an adult book on Tulsa, let me know. I read a great one. That one I want to read. I want to know more about that, because I read that and went, excuse me, what now? Then got very angry. And that to me is different. Because I don't, how to put this? Like, it doesn't affect my current day right now. It is, and it's not something that I would directly relate to, if that makes sense, because I'm not Black. So I can get very, very angry and frustrated and upset. And I guarantee you I will, because that little tiny book made me angry and frustrated and upset and feeling a lot of things. But there is a slight separation there, because like, I'm a little bit more emotionally detached from the actual events. So that kind of stuff is a little bit easier for me to read and process, because it is not directly attacking the depressed part of my brain. It is something that I can get outraged about and want to fight for their rights without having that personal connection, which in some ways cripples me and makes it harder for me to function. if that makes sense. Your problems with algebra and geometry has more to do with my dysgraphia and dys et als. I could do it in my head, but not show my work. I could do a lot of that stuff in my head. It was the showing the work that got hard. Once letters and numbers started mixing on paper, it broke my brain. If I could get the equation in my head, I was fine. Let's see. By the way, that list was also basically my book haul for the year. Nice. Mr. Rogers is the closest thing I've ever had to a hero. I'm so annoyed. So that book that was on Pango that I was going to grab for you, I believe it's like Credible. I had ordered it and Mr. Rogers biography, and they just never mailed them. So I ended up getting a refund because whoever it was just never mailed it, didn't respond to my message, and Pango said I could request a refund and cancel it. And I'm really mad because I really, really wanted to read Mr. Rogers' biography. Oh, yeah. I'm also currently reading The Women Behind the New Deal, The Life and Legacy of Frances Perkins, Social Security, Unemployment Insurance, and the Minimum Wage by Kirsten Downey. See, interesting, but my brain is also like, I want to escape reality. I want to read fun stuff that make me not think about things, and it's really, really weird because I've read a lot of books where some of the things they're fighting against, like, this is a great example. I'm pretty sure it was Cece. This is the third book in the Cece Rio series, and I read this, and there were points when I'm like, if you change the language up a little bit, you would be living in the 2025 dystopian hell we found ourselves in. And that can be hard because then I get emotionally angry. And I'm like, this is bringing down my enjoyment of the book. Crap, that sucks. I really, really want to read Credible. I know, which is why I was so excited when I saw it and then saw that I could get that one too because it makes the shipping a little bit more affordable. Just because you're getting 2 books instead of 1 and the shipping isn't that much different, and they just never mailed it. I was really annoyed. Really, really annoyed. Even the fiction I'm trying to read reflects what we're going through. This is how I process life. I go kind of dipping in and out of like, I want to be able to process it. And then I get to a point where I'm like, okay, I need to do something that is anything but that because I need to protect my brain because I need a break. So it does not help when I pick up specific. It's kind of like, right after Liam died, and I somehow managed to pick up a bunch of books about grief, even ones that I didn't think were going to have anything to do with grief. And I was like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Also, fun fact, apparently right now I'm picking up books with mermaids because, let's see. Book about a girl who turns into a mermaid. This follows generations of circus mermaids who have drowned. And there are mermaids in the Ocean Squid Explorers Club. I'm like, why am I being followed around by mermaids right now? I didn't intentionally pick up a bunch of books that featured mermaids. But somehow I did. This is also why I struggle with reading slumps. I just get slower. Although I don't know what I'm saying. Like, I feel so slumpy. And I'm like, I've read like almost 200 books so far this year. I'm not slumpy. I feel slumpy, but I'm not slumpy because slumpy people don't read 60 books in a month. Credible is really high on my priority list for both personal and current event reasons. I know, which was another reason I was really, really frustrated that they didn't come because I was really excited to send it to you. I love when my books chain up unintentionally. I liked it when I was doing the Who HQ because, like I said, like I knew, like for instance, Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement were probably going to have a lot of crossover, just like the Underground Railroad and Harriet Tubman. But like I wasn't expecting some of the crossover with like the Tuskegee Airmen and Mr. Rogers and Nelson Mandela and Maya Angelou. And it was just interesting because I read them all kind of at the same time. Although, and this is both a good thing and a bad thing. One, they mention things multiple times. So like, for instance, Jim Crow laws, it will highlight those in a bunch of those books. And the language feels almost identical, despite the fact that they're written by different people. Which on the one hand, when you're reading them back to back to back like that, especially as an adult, can make them feel very, very repetitive. But on the other hand, as a middle grader, especially if you're not reading them back to back to back, that repetitiveness is a good thing because it is cementing the concept in a kid's brain. It's like, on the one hand, it's great, but on the other hand, I did not need to read it 14 times in the space of like 48 hours. Also, Violence, 6 Sideways Reflections by that person, which you have but haven't gotten to. See, I kind of know all those connections. I mean, I knew a lot of them. I didn't know, like I said, like the Mr. Rogers one, and and the Tuskegee Airmen. Or, fun fact, did you know that Rosa Parks was born in Tuskegee? That was one of my fun facts coming out of there. But I could not have told you who Maya Angelou was. So that one was interesting to me because I literally had no idea who she was other than that, like, I knew the name. And, like, I knew somewhat what Nelson Mandela was, like, super famous for, but I didn't really know a lot about Nelson Mandela. So that one was also interesting to read about and see his story, because that was one I knew less about. And then, like I said, I knew very, very little about the Tulsa Race Massacre. And that one enraged me. So, anywho, we've gotten off topic again. I apologize to those of you who are lurking and are listening to me and Phoenix once again go off on a tangent. I'm going to unpause the timer and get back to editing and letting you all get back to reading. And I will see you all in 30. How do we do? I've got like 9-ish minutes left to edit in my January haul. I got talking to Phoenix and Omi during that sprint in our Discord chat, which distracted me. I also looked up on Blue Sky. Wisconsin, the Democrat won the election despite the fact that Elon was trying to buy it for the Republicans. So go us. Although I'm sure the lies about the election fraud will be happening any minute now. Because that's their MO. And I clicked the wrong app. I was looking to see, like, she creamed him. Right now, 35% of voting has reported, and it's 58% for Susan Crawford and 42% for Brad Schimel. So that election was not bought, which is nice to see. I like this post. Let's see all those House Republicans in swing districts vote for those huge Medicaid cuts now to pair up with tax cuts for billionaires and corporations on top of Trump throwing down in his tariffs tomorrow. Good luck hurting those cats, Mike Johnson. You just looked to see if Credible is available at Thrift Books since I have a free book credit. No such luck. I'm sorry. I tried to get it for you. That shop is now on vacation, so I wonder if something came up. Whoops, we did a tangent again, but it was somewhat books related this time at least. Yes, sort of. And yeah, we know your TBR, that we do. Let's see. Nicole said, exhausted and heading to bed. Thanks for sprint tonight. All well, thank you for joining me, Nicole. I would assume you're not still here, but thank you for joining in. 5 minutes left of my Amish romance and working on my pile of possibilities for April. That's what I have. Well, I mean, I have my phase out TBR, but I have a pile of possibilities, which is nice. Lots and lots of possibilities, actually, unfortunately. And Sue said night to Nicole. I'm assuming that's supposed to be AFK, but listening to chat anyways, so we're here. Sue said, I'm back to reading my Cozy Witchy Mystery. I don't know what I'm going to read. I think I'm going to finish editing my vlog, because the next sprint is going to be the last one, because I'm starting to get tired. And I have been live for 7.5 hours. And I'm going to finish editing my haul, and then probably read something. I just don't know what. Although I am tired. So probably nothing too complicated. Preferably something with an audiobook. We'll see. I've got too many options. Because, let's see. I have 64 books on that I currently have access to that are on my April TBR. And I've read 2 of them. 3 of them. So I have 61 books I could pick from. I read some more of Pirate Cove and started Flatland, which I was supposed to read last month with Textiles. LOL. Oops. I don't want to start Pirate Cove because I won't be able to finish it tonight, and I have to read it on sprints. And we're only doing one more sprint. So you can see why I don't want to start that now. I don't know. I suppose we'll find out when I get back. Anywho, final sprint. I will see you all in 30. Sorry, was finishing my chapter. How did we do? I got 2 chapters into this, and I finished editing my video, so I made it a whole 21 pages. Oh, and I realized East the Fall of the Reader is the last book in the Forbidden Library series. So I will be able to finish that. And Cielo is here. Well, good. No, you're looking at me. Look at them. That actually sort of worked. She tried. You get points for trying, Ellie. Let's see. You haven't even gotten to your phase out TBR yet. That's coming up later in the journal. I did that ages ago. You need to rewatch my video to see your picks. I take it you base it off of what I picked then. I do. I will say it's fairly quick read so far, at least for me, which means you'll probably tear through it. It is around, from what I can tell, a 6-hour audiobook, which on the app I'm listening to it on, I could listen to it 4 times speed, which means it would take me like an hour and a half. So we're probably looking at somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours, I would say. It's real easy to do on sprints. Finish my book, and that finishes a series for me. That's always a nice feeling. I found out today that this lovely standalone is not a standalone. I mean, it is, but it's not. This is the author that wrote Song for a Whale, and the main character for Song from a Whale is involved in this, but is not like the main focus. It's like a minor side character in this. And I would bet if I went back and read Song for a Whale, Nina, our main character in this, would be a minor side character in that. So I'm gonna put it down as a series, and I currently know that Lynn Kelly has a 3rd book coming out that feels like it's going to be in the series. Because we had, in the 1st book, it was about Iris and a whale. In this one, we're following Nina and a bird. And this one says it's a moving tale about the life-changing bond between a boy and the octopus he rescues. And it does mention Texas. And this book takes place in Texas. And it says, with the help of a local wildlife center and a couple of new friends, Max, this boy we are talking about, rescues the octopus and takes care of her until she's ready to return to the sea. And I wonder if some of the new friends might be Nina and or Iris. So I'm going to mark them as the Song for the Whale series on my spreadsheet so that I remember, that I need to snag that one. I never know how to mark those because they tend to be marked as standalones and not pitched as series because you don't really need to have read the other books to read them, but to me they're a series. You said that's awesome for Jay. Yes, it is. It's always a good feeling when you finish a series. Started a new mystery and made it to 7%. I don't think I got to 7%. I got to 6%, close. Of course, Baby Girl showed up to say bye to us, her touring fans. Well, I had a good time sprinting today. Thank you for hosting. I did well on everything I read and listened to. That's awesome, Sue. I'm glad you could join us. You fed your fur balls and took the pup out. I'm sure they were excited about that. Yep, I use your picks as my hand. I don't do extra reads, though. It's fair. Are you going to do, like, specifically my picks this time? Because I had multiple numbers I could have used for the set of 2. And, like, when I pull the wild, do you use the same color, or do you just use, like, in this case, the same number? Well, of course, it would be the same number, but, like, do you use, like, the same prompt I use, or do you just sub it out for that particular number that I'm looking for and then pick the prompt of that number that suits you best? I think if they take place in the same world with the same characters, I would consider series. I mean, like I said, they do. Like these characters are obviously in the same world. The Wayfarer series. And honestly, there is more crossover in this than the Wayfarer series. Because, like, we basically don't see any characters from the first book, like the main characters from the first book, in the second book, and we don't see any main characters from the first or the second book in the third book, etc. Whereas this one, Iris is in this book. And I was, like, reading it, because it's been a while since I read Song for the Whale, and it's mentioning Iris and a whale, and I'm like, was that character's name Iris? Is this, like, the same character from that book? Like Iris actually has speaking lines in this book. So to me, I feel like they're connected. So I want to mark them as a series because they're obviously all set in the same world and the characters know each other. No reading for me today, got distracted by Senator Booker. And again, so we had the Senator Booker thing, which was fantastic. We saw both the Democrats got defeated in Florida, which isn't surprising, but they took Trump districts that won by 30 and slashed those margins in half, which is crazy, which is showing that shift that we're seeing, that ruby red districts are losing half of their momentum, which means districts that were super close are most likely going to flip blue. And there might even be some that weren't necessarily super close that could still flip blue because of how much this way everybody is moving. We got the seat in Wisconsin, which was, again, another positive. I believe Aaron posted about a bill that got, like, an anti-trans bill that got shot down or something like that in Minnesota. I think it was Minnesota. There's something else. Oh, as much as I don't want to tout the Republicans, like 7 of them ended up voting with Democrats to shoot down something that Mikey Johnson wanted, and I think he threw a hissy fit. So I'm all for anything that causes them to be annoyed. So there were definitely some good things today. Oh, I already read that one. I'm so glad you chose to sprint. Here I thought I'd be lurking and ended up being a cheddar, but you did. And you made me even a bigger chatterbox than I probably would have been. I use the cards you pick. If you pick a wild, I use it for the same card you chose. So basically my prompts are the same as yours. Interesting. It's interesting to see how people do it because, like, not everybody has a deck of cards. And I love hearing the interesting ways people have come up with to do it. So it's interesting that you just go with the same exact prompts that I have. Even though, like I said, this time, like, I pulled a wild, and I think I could have used any of the color prompts for that. But it sounds like you used the same one. And I had, like, I don't know, 10s and 9s and 6s and something else where I could have done 2 with, and I went, well, I pulled the 10s first, so I'll go with those. So it's interesting that you decided to just do exactly what I did as opposed to giving yourself that wiggle room. It's fascinating. I always just to refer them as companion novel series, can be read as standalones or in any order, but are all connected by at least the world. See, my problem is that I very much can see how reading the Secret Language of Birds would have spoiled stuff for Song from the Whale. So I almost always read companion novels like that in order because I don't want to be spoiled about anything, even minor ones. But you definitely, like, if the characters are the same, it is a series. It is absolutely a series. It was fun to be able to come excitedly tell that I just watched history be made. It was nice to hang out with people who were excited about stuff. I can be happy about good things no matter how they come about, since I'm all about harm reduction. I just want what's best for all of us. Don't care how it comes about or which party votes for it. Yep. I think, if I remember correctly, I think what the Republicans sided with the Democrats for was that they a handful of Republicans wanted to be able to vote by proxy, and it's being led by a female Republican representative who had a kid, and after giving birth wanted to be able to vote by proxy because she had just given birth. And I believe she's supporting a Democrat who wanted to be able to do the same thing because she had I don't know that the Republican representative has recently given birth, but has in the past. And I think that they're kind of crossing over on that because they think that there are sometimes reasons where you should be able to vote and not have to be necessarily in the chamber. And little Mikey Johnson did not like that, and then threw a temper tantrum. And I think you're starting to see small cracks that are coming in the Republican Party, which we kind of knew was going to happen at some point because Lord knows they're not all on the same page. So I will always celebrate the cracks. And, if you've realized that you're on the wrong side, come on over, join the resistance. I'm not saying I'm going to be your best buddy, but safety in numbers. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend, at least for the moment. But this could be because I'm not a fan or overall supporter of either party. Fair? I am left of the Democrats. So it'll be interesting. I'm very much I think AOC should be in the conversation for 2028. I can understand if you don't want to jump in feet first and make her your presidential nominee, but I think she should be on the ticket as the VP. Especially if you do something and you put her with somebody like Walz, who is obviously very popular and continues to be very popular, or somebody like Pete Buttigieg, who seems to be popular, and kind of find that balance as a way to capture the far left, but also still appeal to the more center Democrats and those independents, because I think that will push the party this way over the 4 years that they have the White House. I mean, assuming we get to vote in the 2028 election, I'm still not convinced that that's going to happen. And then there is also the possibility that in their bid to try to get Trump a third term, there is no way to do it where they don't allow Obama to get a third term. And I don't think they want that because I think they're terrified of Obama running again. Absolutely terrified. You usually pick the same prompt for Wiles that I would have chosen for myself anyways. Fair? If you ever pick a prompt that is not for me, then I might veer on my own. Also fair. One of the things I love about my phase out readathons is that it's giving you a lot of flexibility to choose what you want to do. Paperback. You can't get much simpler than a paperback for a prompt. Which is why I tried to make it so incredibly simple. Although the dictionary.com word of the day really tried to do me in this round. I tend to read companion novels in order as well, but some people don't care. See my mother. My mother, one, does not care, and two, could literally pick a cozy mystery series and would pick up book 12 and then go back to book 2. And I was this has always been a thing. I'm like, no, they go in order for a reason. So I've always been a stickler for that. The only series I have that I can, well, I shouldn't say the only. There's a couple series, the Who HQ series I consider companions. The History Smasher series is there's no reason you would need to read about the Underground Railroad before you read about the Titanic, but because they're numbered, I want to read them in order. That's just the way my brain works. Same with the Twisted Tales series. I've tried to read those in order, even though they're about completely separate fairy tales and are more companions than series. But because they're numbered, my brain works that way. So a lot of times you see that with Warriors, it's a crapshoot. Obviously you need to read the arcs in order, and there are certain spots where certain books go. So they're hard to read out of order, but I have a spreadsheet that lists all of the Warriors books in chronological order, so I know what books I need to have read to read outside of the arcs, like where they slot into the series. Just hasn't happened yet. It may eventually. It was so lovely to sprint with everyone again. Thank you for hosting. My brain and eyes are shutting off for the night. Yeah, I need to wrap these up soon. I think I know the woman you're talking about. Didn't she bring her baby in since she was forced to come in instead of miss out? Yep. You had that person and then the person that came like straight from surgery afterwards to block something that the Republicans were trying to doing. That's not the Republican though, but the Republican is advocating for the ability to be able to vote by proxy, and little Mikey Johnson doesn't want that. And Marge was saying like basically, you were elected to do a job, and I know what it's like to have kids, and if you can't do your job, then you shouldn't be here. And I'm going, way to set women's rights back, and basically say you must choose between having a family and kids and, you know, working, because that's where we are in society now, I guess. I'm pretty something, at least a month behind in the world, in most ways, especially reading fiction anyway. My brain is not interpreting that. It's very tired. I apologize. I can't purposely read a series out of order. Nope. Same. Night to Omis. I read out of order all the time. It's actually benefited me before. There are some series that I hated book one, but because I read books later in the series, I knew it was worth sticking it out. Fair. The only one I've intentionally read out of order, I think, is Wayward Children, and that's because when Murphy read it and introduced me to the world, she suggested that we read book. Like, in her opinion, she believes you should read book 2 first. And now that I've read everything, I feel like, no, it's written in the order it should be written in, and you should read book 1 first. But I will agree with her that the first 2 books are so linked that there's no way to read one of them and not spoil the other. Well, to be fair, I have books I could throw at you that take place during the first arc. Let me pull up my spreadsheet. Just for shits and giggles. Because during the first arc, so where are we? So you have Into the Wild, Fire and Ice, Forest of Secrets. So those are the first 3. There are technically a little, like, it's like a wiki story, assuming it's still there, because they do have little, like, online, like, very, very tiny, like, novella things, and a, novella, like a proper novella, that happened in between Forest of Secrets and Rising Storm, which is book 4. And then there are 2 mangas that happen in between book 4 and 5. And then you read book 6 in the first arc. It's been a while. I'm going to have to look this up again because it's been, like, I'm assuming this is all still pretty accurate. But then before you would get to arc 2, if you wanted to read things like kind of in chronological order, except for there's an arc called Dawn of the Clans that explains how the clans came to be. And I think that the first time through, it is more interesting if you read it in publication, like where it comes in publication order. For reasons that I can't say. But in between arc 1 and arc 2, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different books, which includes both super editions, novellas, graphic novels, and mangas, I believe. So we haven't really talked about that. So, you know, we might want to, because, like, I've read all of that. I don't know how you want to do it. And you said night to Phoenix and that you're going now, so I don't know if you caught any of that. But also, that would have to apply to men too. Shouldn't they be just as responsible for their children? I mean, you would think so. But I think it was more of, well, yes. But I think the idea is that, in theory, not all of these representatives necessarily live in the state, and they might have other kids. So maybe their kids stay at home with their husband, but they can't really do that maybe with the baby because they're breastfeeding or something. Or, for instance, just the act of giving birth can be so brutal that maybe they don't want to have to, go out. Or what if there are complications and they have to be in the hospital? I think there's a lot that goes into it. But I also think that if you need to have a surgery, whether you're, male, female, non-binary, wherever you are in the gender spectrum, that there should be some grace where you don't have to choose between literally leaving your surgery as soon as the doctor says, okay, your anesthesia's off, and heading straight to the floor to vote to prevent some crazy bill that happened. Oh yeah, I did read book 2 first and that also. But like once you've read the first 2, you can see that there's like no way to do it where you don't spoil something. But I've not finished the series, started losing interest, but was hitting some. I love that series, so cannot relate. Just kidding. Spreadsheet? I'm listening. I have a spreadsheet for just about everything. Of course, a spreadsheet brought you back, so not surprised. Nope. I was about to leave, but I can listen with my eyes closed. And Omi said, you know me too well, Phoenix. Yes. And yet, you also continue to type. Seems to be a chatterbox is contagious. I mean, yes. Haha, yes, that too. Are you typing with your eyes closed? A mixed. I keep closing and opening. And reading my chat messages in real time with your eyes closed. If you have that superpower, then share your secret. I will read Warriors whatever order. Well, I can't read messages with eyes closed yet. That could be... Well, I mean, I'm reading them to you, so if you just give me a minute to catch up. I could go on for hours about what's wrong with all the effed up rules. Like having to stand to hold the floor is totally ableist. Fair. I think the fact how 93 that women had to wear skirts on the floor was stupid. I won't show you Warriors, but I'll share my tab and make it big. I need to swap. Hang on. Well, I'm kind of making it hard for you because I'm showing you a spreadsheet. You need to be able to see. Actually, I can go like that. There you go. Get my face out of the way. So it's my Aaron Hunter spreadsheet. And as you can see, this is the Seeker's book in the order they go in. And then I have Survivors. And actually, I can update that because I've read those. Then you have Brave Lands. And then you have the Bamboo Kingdom, which I can actually do this. And I can't type. And that would be Arc 1. And I own those. So you can kind of see how I have it set up. And like I said, I can't really show you the Warriors because some of the titles of the books are spoilers. I'm like looking at some, I'm looking at my books to try to figure out an example I can tell you based on what you've read that isn't a super oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. So there is a Warriors Super Edition that follows. I'm trying to figure out how to do this in case anybody is watching and is planning on reading the series and doesn't want any spoilers. So our boy Rusty, Omi, the very first cat that meets him and becomes his bestie, he has a super edition about him, and it includes a name that he would not be using at the time he meets Rusty. So, like, if you really, really, really didn't want a spoiler, then you can see how, you know, like, just saying his name might be a spoiler. Well, actually, admitting he even has a super edition at all probably spoils a little bit, because it tells you that, like, he's important enough to have a super edition. But you get what I mean? It's, like, really, really hard, because it's not like, Veil of Shadows is the third book in, let's see, arc 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Veil of Shadows is the third book in the 7th arc or 8th arc in the Warrior series, but that doesn't spoil anything. However, I can see several super editions that absolutely, if I told you their names, they are giant spoilers for the series. Because of something like I just mentioned with Rusty's best friend's character's name change thing. Actually, here's another great way to do it. I can tell you right now that I can see multiple books up there that have that name change that would be like spoilers. Where just, if you know who the character is, finding out that their name, like, I'm going to use this. There is eventually a super edition about a character that we're going to meet at some point during the series. I'm not going to tell you where, but they get a super edition and it's something stars. But obviously when we meet them, we have no idea they're going to be clan leaders someday. So if I were to say that, and you knew the character before they became clan leader, you're going to know that they're clan leader at some point, which gives away a part of the story. So I don't want to open up my spreadsheet because I have the names of every single book in the series. So if you want to know, hang on, we're going to switch back to... Here, you can all have this. Merry Christmas. There's my reading log. So for instance, where are we? Okay. Interesting. Because the thing is the novella has 3 novellas in it. And I don't quite know how to tell you to do it because there is the way the novellas are, I'm looking to see. So this is in between. I'm just double checking books 3 and 4. So the novella that you would need to read that comes in between books 3 and 4 in the first arc is called Tiger Claw's Fury. However, there is another story that Tiger Claw's Fury is number 30 on my spreadsheet. The second story is number 60. So there's literally like 29 different stories that would come in between 2 of the stories in this particular bind-up. And then you have to go to page or slot number 80 to get to the third one. So I don't quite know how to tell you. That. So I don't quite know how to do that without spoiling you. If that makes sense. Like how to recommend this, because if you read the titles, even though neither one of the other characters you would have met yet, do you see what I mean? Like it's really hard to explain because, you know? Yeah. Let's see. You said 100% Phoenix, because now I'm trying to catch up on chat. And I just hope that your chat is making it where it needs to go. Mine is not reliable. I have no idea what that's in reference to. I went off on a tangent. You will open your eyes. Phoenix said I could talk for over 24 hours straight if need be, but I need to be able to sit and move around and use the bathroom, though I'll drop trout and go on the floor to follow the rules. I agree with most of that. I will not drop trow and go to the floor. I think I hit the goofy part of being tired. Also, I want to see this spreadsheet. I mean, at some point I'll show it to you. Maybe I'll show you your redacted version. Rusty, yes. It wouldn't be the first time I was willing to drop trow and go in public if someone wasn't willing to break out effed up rule. You're braver than I am. Okay, you follow. I know at least one of the guys that held a record for holding the Senate floor used a bucket in the closet with one foot still on the Senate floor to take care of going to the bathroom. Interesting. It will spoil a little. That's a weird way they chose to name them. I think it's more that by the time that book has come out and they've written it, these events have happened so far ago. Like, I'm looking. I would say that the one about Rusty's BFF, I think came out in the last like 5 years. Whereas Rising Storm, for instance, came out in, when was this published? 2004. So they didn't write that book until like 15 years after the first arc, when that character would have been introduced. And obviously we've known that name for a long time now. So it's more of a spoiler if you're not caught up on the series and you're just getting into it than it is if you've been reading along the whole time. Come to live streams. Here, if you want to get lost in a mix of politics and spreadsheets as a side to reading and books. Fair. Also cats. You forgot the cats. And we can get lost in these topics for hours if not careful. Yeah, you would not. How many, honestly, of these streams have ended with us, mainly the three of us, having like a half an hour conversation about spreadsheets? You gotta love special interest. That's very true. Haha, Phoenix, not a bad idea. I would probably, that I could see me doing. We should probably just read the original arcs first then. We can. I would say do the novellas later. I will mention, like, if I feel I can mention it without spoiling things, I will. Like, once I'm sure that I'm not going to spoil anything for you by even mentioning, because I think the novellas are going to be hard because they're bound up in such a way that, like, I don't know how you could get them without seeing other things, if that makes sense. But a lot of the others, like, for instance, the 2 books I mentioned that come after Rising Storm, you could absolutely read those. And it wouldn't spoil anything if you wanted to read them in chronological order. Although it would give you insight into stuff later. Like, it's so hard. It's one of those really trippy series where, because they've written so much and expanded the world so much, that maybe you should just read it in publication order. Like, the first time through. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I'm going to have to do some research for publication order so that I can kind of figure out how best to go about it. I'm rebellious for the diaper. I'm too rebellious for the diaper. I'd want to follow the rules while showing how stupid they are, because no bathroom breaks is also ableist. Fair. You love it. I love that I'm having multiple conversations and, like, Omi goes, LOL, I love it. And I'm like, was this about something I said about warriors and spreadsheets, or is this replying to Phoenix? Because we're having like 2 conversations at once. Not that this regime cares. Nope. When typing, I ended up with my cursor out of the chat box all the time, and sometimes the typing stutters. Gotcha. I think we're now in the decompressing after the day together, less structured stage of chatting, a great way to end hanging out. And, like, I did say the last sprint was the last sprint. So anybody who's still here watching us chat, that's on them. They know I'm not sprinting. I did tell them. This is true. Our society is built on ableism, laws, architecture, etc. Very true. I've been here for many. You have. It is a very common thing to talk about spreadsheets. Like, here, I'll show you another one that's got some nice, pretty, lovely information on it. We'll share this tab instead. Look at. Look how pretty it is. 129, y'all. That's not the right tab. This is a tab. Look. 129. Look at the number go. Whoop. I'm so excited. That is my series spreadsheet. And look, I only have one left in progress from before 2018, and it's Aunt Dimity. And I plan to catch up on that this year. This number might be a 0 by the end of the year. Craziness. Nah, the cats are the main draw, just a given. We're all here mostly for the cats. The rest is entertaining ourselves around their appearances. I will follow your lead, Chris. I have no idea where to go after the first arc. Well, I went to the second arc, I think. Because there's, I think, let me double check here. I believe there are 2 super editions that take place in between the arcs, but I almost think it might be better for you to read the arcs and then kind of go back a little bit. It's going to be interesting. Because the fun fact is that the Dawn of the Clans, so it's Prophecies Begin. Is that the New Prophecies or something like that? Then it's the Power of 3. I can't read. They used to be right next to my desk where I could read them, and now they're over there. So then it's the Power of 3. Then it's the Fourth Apprentice, and then I believe it's Dawn of the Clans. And once you've read Dawn of the Clans, there is chronologically, fun fact, once you've read Dawn of the Clans, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there are, I'm counting here, 18 stories of various flavors that take place between the Dawn of the Clans and when we meet Rusty. Of which I can tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 are super editions, and super editions tend to be like over 400 pages, sometimes over 5. We love spreadsheets here. We do. We very much do. Spreadsheets are fun. And considering part of my disabilities, me dropping trow and going could be a shitty, stinky, gloopy mess. Perfect for the Senate floor. Don't you mean the Oval Office? Because, you know, we're a shit show. We have broken chat. I mean, apparently. They must be interested if they're sticking around. I mean, according to this, there's 6 of you, and 3 of you are Omi, Phoenix, and Jay. So there's 3 people here not contributing who are still watching, apparently, for some reason. Not that we don't love our lurkers. We do. We totally appreciate you hanging out, even if you're not ready to chat. You love the spreadsheet. I love the spreadsheet, too. I love my spreadsheet. And I love that other people have used my spreadsheets and found them helpful. I particularly like your use of color in your spreadsheets. I like it helps me visualize everything. Like you can see, like, just at a glance, I can easily see which ones I'm like what my status is at any given series at any given moment, assuming I remember to transfer it over. And like it corresponds with the keys at the bottom. Because you can see that I've color coded the tabs the same way. And I have, you know, my green for I've read and my red for I haven't read, and I keep track of the dates. these are the series I want to catch up on, which is why they're marked with this color, because towards the end of the year, I'll go through and I'll go, oh, I'm going to catch up on that series. And I'll go, and I think the color of the year is going to be this. And you can see I've changed the color. So it's more about making it so that I can visually see what I need to move at the end of the year, because I always have my 3 series up here, despite the fact that they all finished in different years or are completed or whatever, because like these are my completed series. Like all of the books are out. These released in 2025, and then we have 2024, and then 2023. And of course, I've now made a key for that. Like there's a key here. The key on the master one explains more about what all of this does. But I have my key here, so I know what year the last book was released. Or like I said, if all of them were released, because I like the visual of it. Thank you. I try. I fed the cats and I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone. Well, thank you for joining us, Sue, and listening to our crazy chat about politics and spreadsheets and warriors. But also, it's kind of not fair to others since we're used to maneuvering around each other in conversations. I mean, yes, that's also true. It can be daunting. I totally understand that. And Omi said tonight to Sue. Fenix said night to Sue and glad that you joined us. I can't handle that much color in my spreadsheet sometimes. I sometimes find it way too overwhelming. Which is fair. For me, it helps me just visually break it up. Otherwise, all of that text is overwhelming. You have to agree with Fenix on the cat comment. I mean, yes. That they are the star of the show. Very much so. That's fair, Fenix. Colors help my brain keep things organized. Same. I also love the fact that, like, in a lot of ways, we're really, really similar, Fenix, and in some ways, we're just the exact opposite. Which just goes to show you the diversity you can find in people who are autistic. I actually love the rabble-babble nature of this kind of chat, especially to wind down. And I'm always thinking about multiple topics at once. This is natural for me. That's me too. That's me too. It can be a little harder for me to keep track of because you all are having your side conversations. And when I'm talking, I realize you cannot see my face. When you're talking, I'm often like doing something like this where you can see I'm not looking, so I'm not paying attention. So I don't always know what y'all are referencing. To be fair, I've been known to switch color TV and movies to black and white for the same reason, which again, fair. Appropriate for pretty much anywhere representing this shit show. Black and white movies are really, really nice. They can be. They can be. My cousin, speaking of shit shows, I really liked her post on Facebook today. I'm sure a bunch of people posted something similar or in that vein, because I think she probably shared it. I'm not going to be able to find it now. There we go. April Fool's Day is canceled this year because no made-up prank could match the unbelievable shit going on in the world right now. She added, "We are the joke, divided states of America." Pretty much. Pretty much. She had a couple of good posts today. I like this one too that she shared. It must be miserable to genuinely think scientists, historians, and journalists spend their entire lives lying to you, but a reality TV celebrity with decades of documented fraud is your sole source of truth. Which, you know, accurate. Very accurate. Anywho, I think we should end sprints because we have been chatting for a very, very long time. And I have, speaking of spreadsheets, I have spreadsheets to update and stuff. So it was nice seeing y'all. I may be back tomorrow. I may not. We'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling. So we are winding down because I can. So are we winding down? Because I can go either way. We can always switch to PMS. Private messaging. It is a good post. It's weird because I have to remember that y'all are on a delay. So when I say something, it takes like 20 seconds to get to you or something like that. Anywho, I'm wrapping up now because I have spreadsheets to update and I want to go eat a brownie and relax. And why does it do that? What if I do that? There we go. Because I'm gonna give you guys one more thing before I go. And let me see. Hopefully y'all can see that because my screen is like green from like having it at the wrong angle. But look at the kitties. They all there. Hopefully that was a good view for you because I couldn't tell. Because I'm like holding the computer up in the air and it's like doing that weird like inverted color thing. Anywho, there you go. You got some kitty cats for you tonight. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and I may be back tomorrow because this has been very productive. So, wow, y'all chatted a lot. So glad we all hung out. Need that. Sleep on me. Night night. Kitty hotel. Hope to see y'all next time sprints pop up. We've got a great community. We do, and it's nice to see everybody back. Hopefully, a few of the people that were around will pop back up. Because they didn't make it tonight and weren't expecting it, but maybe now as I get back into things, some more familiar faces will show up next time. Night, kitty loves. Love the kitty motel. Yes. Me too. They love it, which is the important thing. Any view of the kitties is a good view. Fair. Yep, time to stop. The timing of the video being off is driving me nuts. Okay, I'm going. I will see you all again soon. Thank you for joining me.